Welcome back to Nintagious. I'm running a little bit behind, but it's good to have everybody. Looks like we're having a slightly slow start. I think I'm going to jump into solo challenges. I still have to do these one-on-one putt challenges. That's like basically the only thing I know there's... I can count. There's 3 things I have left to do, but that's like the thing I have to go out of my way to do. And I keep looking for an opportunity to like work on those. And usually when we're done with a golf stream, I'm not like, oh man, I want to play more. I'm gonna go work on it now. I'm usually just kind of like, eh. You can't use the special clubs here. We'll stick with Pauline. I don't know if that's really the play. I still have to do New Dunk City Pro, which is kicking my ass. And Shelltop Sanctuary Special? Oh, that's right, it's the one with the weird clubs. Let's try this. These were all added in the final update, I think. I'm so used to that progressing itself. Yeah, I'd still like to finish all the awards in this game at some point. The other ones will just kind of happen on their own, I think. For the most part. So these are... You have 2 shots, basically. Your first shot has to make it onto the green, and your second shot has to make it into the hole. Too hard. Okay.
Nice, huh?
You're birdie. Yeah, but like 50 billion other YouTubers already did it. So, I would assume. And I still don't have the expansion pack, so... I thought about, like, just splurging and getting it, and playing that one tonight instead. Just due to the fact that it just came out, it seemed like a... It did seem like a decent idea, but... From a multiplayer perspective, I don't think it really works. What I might do, honestly... I don't know, I just have this... And I would absolutely love to be proven wrong here. How the hell am I supposed to do this? I'm supposed to use the wind? I don't like this. I have this, like, weird hunch that, like... Oh, God. I didn't know it was gonna slide that far. Alright, so not super top spin. Got it. I have this weird feeling that it's gonna be, like, a low showing tonight, so... Maybe I'll pivot and just pick up the expansion pack, and I'll start playing that one instead.
Nice shot.
We'll see. From a multiplayer perspective, I don't think it made a lot of sense, because I think out of the people who would ordinarily play this, which I guess maybe I shouldn't be looking at it as just like that, but out of our golfing regulars, I think only like 2 of us have the expansion pack. Or would have, counting myself, who doesn't currently have it, but you know what I mean. What the fuck are these? This is gimmicky as fuck. At least it shows you the trajectory. That should make it a little bit easier. So anyway, that's why I didn't pivot to that, because I think Theo has it, and I think that's about it. Now, I guess I should be looking at it as there might be people who have the expansion pack who don't have Super Rush that might be interested in playing, but it wasn't something that I felt comfortable just, like, pivoting on like, with no warning, I guess, is what I'm getting at. I feel like these are going to take a lot of trial and error due to the fact that the clubs are fucking weird. But...
Nice.
Yeah.
Right. You don't play games, but you're on an F0 kick. I get you. So I take it you're enjoying it then. God, oh, okay. This is maybe alright. Too far.
Fail.
I trusted you when you said it was uphill. I bring it up because it was fun. That wasn't hard enough. Wow, almost.
Fail.
I don't remember, I don't think there's really much to unlock in the 64 F-Zero, is there? I think there might be other drivers and, like, just getting through the cups. Shit. I'm gonna be honest. I've been putting off doing these because I don't think they're fun. I think they're annoying. It's a level of repetition that I'm not necessarily into. Maybe not repetition, but trial and error. And of course, you have limited lives, so eventually you're gonna run out, and then you're gonna have to start over from the beginning. I'm just, nah, not in golf. That's not something I'm particularly interested in. At least, like, let me continue. And then if I finish and I like score under the threshold, be like, oh, you didn't do it, gotta do it again. But at least let me continue and try all the holes, you know?
Nice shot.
I wasn't really watching and I didn't catch what happened. Why was that trajectory so damn low? I guess that's just what this club is. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it's a skip shot. Okay, that's fair. That's on me. I wasn't paying attention.
Nice shot. Nice on. Birdie.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing with the disk drive. In that era, I didn't like care about like weird side tech as much, so I didn't really pay any attention to it. That's not gonna. Nah, it's wrong in the other direction. I thought it was gonna go off to the left. See, even if you screw that up, guess what? You gotta tee off again. So I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. It's like that old school, like retro style. Oh, you fucked it up. Do it all over again. And I don't. I think of golf as being chill, not this. You know what I mean?
Birdie.
Fuck me, dude. Like, it's so agitating, because it's like, oh, missed my shot, and I gotta do it again. As soon as I run out of lives, I gotta start from the first hole again. It's like, these are not... I don't think the game is at its greatest here, for sure. That's why I've been just putting it off. I might continue to put it off, to be honest, because I don't know if... That doesn't count, does it?
Fail.
I don't know if these, I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if having all of the little medals on the title screen are going to be worth the anguish. I maybe have a problem right now with games where I'm very impatient.
Fail.
And a lot of you might have noticed that with Spirit Tracks yesterday in particular, where I'm just like, I don't fucking care. Just let me just keep going. Like, stop. Why does everything have to be, like, torturous? I just want to keep playing the game. And I don't really know what caused that, but I can feel that here, too, where I'm just like, I don't care.
Nice on.
I
Birdie.
don't care about all these thresholds and shit. Let me just play the fucking game.
Nice.
Yeah, you don't see the Captain Falcon Vs very often. Bit of a shitty roll, but... Oh god, yeah, this sucks. Damn it. Almost.
Fail.
Am I really only on the 6th hole? Like, god, this is agony. That's probably too hard.
Nice on. Birdie.
It's workable, I guess.
Nice.
I think it's maybe because I'm very, I've been trying to put in a lot of work on, like, just productivity in general, and I've been trying to get, like, just a variety of stuff done, whether that's with recording video content, like, getting it edited and ready to be uploaded, trying to get myself working on art stuff again. So I think when I feel like a game is wasting my time, that's why I'm getting impatient. Because I'm like, I could be doing other things right now.
Fail.
Hey, start over, how fun. Now I gotta remember how I troubleshooted all these fucking holes, but... I wonder, I do have the special shots on this. I wonder if that would be useful at all. Hey, what's going? Way too hard.
Nice
Way
on.
too hard.
Birdie.
Almost.
Fail.
I do like, and this is such a weird little quality of life change that, like, just doesn't fucking matter, but I like that they do it. I like that if you're on the first hole and you don't make it, instead of just taking one of your lives away, they just restart everything. Which, yeah, that fucking makes sense. Like, I've played so many games where you're on the first stage and you, like, screw up, and then they're just like, we're just gonna take one of your lives away. It's like, bitch, just start me over. Like, what are you doing?
Fail.
I keep hitting this one way too hard. Have you tried to do these yet, Theo? They suck. I don't like these. Still hitting it way too damn hard.
Nice on. 30. Nice.
Yeah.
It's sad because, as you saw, I did 3 of these already, and I remember those being kind of fine. It's just these other 2 that I was like, oh, these aren't fun. This one and Bro New Donk.
Nice on.
A plan of such is good. What do you mean?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like you've done the exact same thing I have then. You didn't bother with this nonsense.
Fail.
I think it's that, like, I think it's almost an OCD thing. Riley's probably gonna get what I'm talking about here. Like, even losing 1 life, I'm like, fuck. Everything is terrible. I hate life. You've got to be kidding me. The fuck was that curve?
Fail.
The hell was that? Is that from the backspin? I'd like to think not, considering it was not rolling back.
Nice on.
Had a music teacher that said continue even when you make a mistake. Yeah, because if you don't... If you get hung up on one little thing, you're just going to be hung up on one little thing for forever.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's something with speedrunning that I've talked about before, where I've watched some people try to speedrun, and they'll, like, they make one little mistake and they reset. Like, they are like, oh man, I lost a second, reset. It's like, dude, how are you ever going to practice this stuff later on? You're putting yourself in an endless loop of failure at that point, is the way I see it. You gotta push forward. If you're going to stop and start over, at least try something different. So you're getting something new out of that experience instead of just being like, I'm just gonna do the same thing. I don't remember how this one worked, so I'm just gonna fucking go, I guess. Beautiful.
Nice on.
Yeah, I'm pretty...
Nice.
I'm an advocate for that mindset, I guess. Is just keep pushing forward. I don't remember how this one worked either.
Nice shot.
Well, that worked.
Nice on. 30.
I thought I hit that too hard.
Nice.
Yeah.
My gut was sinking. I was like, oh no. What have I done?
Nice
They're
on.
the worst.
Birdie.
Now, don't get me wrong, there are... You do have to... Don't be opposed to the idea of just starting over. 'Cause sometimes that is just for the best. Just scrap it and try again.
Nice.
But I think some people are too quick to do that. Okay, so I made it this far last time, right? So I did better. Oh god. I guess that works.
Nice on. Birdie.
That's probably too hard. Oh, no.
Fair.
I almost wish this game had like a... Like it remembered, especially in a mode like this, like it remembered where your previous shot was on the meter and kind of gave you a little notch just to be like, this is where you shot it last time. Just so you could be like, okay,
Birdie.
that didn't work. So I'm going to use that to gauge what to do differently.
Nice.
Just to like help you remember it. Made your new buddies. Yeah, I'm still tempted to redo my Palamute. I can't remember what made me say, nah, I really shouldn't. I think it was just because I think mine has pretty good skills and I didn't want to try to like do it again or something. Or maybe it's that I didn't want to level them up. I don't remember. Oh my god.
Fair. Nice shot.
Really? Really?
Fair.
So you have to worry about dodging. This is so stupid. I feel like this is what a good example of what I don't like about other Mario Golfs. This is like what actual Mario Golf is aside from this game. So they put all these bullshit hazards out there.
Nice shot. Nice on. Birdie.
And I think you're kind of motivated to drop your buddies in Rise and get other ones later anyway, just because you have access to more skills and such. Like right now, you probably don't have access to all the skills, and you probably don't know which skills you would want for them.
Nice.
Like, I think I reset them at some point once I was, like, really late in the game. '64 didn't have anything like this either. 64 is just fucking hard. How was that not a flag shot, by the way? That looked like a flag shot to me. The AI in Mario Golf 64 is, like, just harsh. I feel like there's a better word for it than that, but it works.
Nice.
Like, I really like the fact that, like, you boot that game up and you have 4 characters. Like, you have to, like, part of the game is unlocking all of the characters, which is something I miss. I feel like a lot of games these days with big rosters just fucking give you everybody. Like, I live for those games where you start with, like, 4 characters and have to unlock everybody. That's awesome. But it's also hilariously hard to do. Like, it's very, very difficult in that game. Let's see how it hits out. Oh, nope, if we get hit by that, that's just fucky. Hey guy, how's it going?
Fail.
You mentioned you had a dentist appointment. I'm shocked it was this late in the day. That's on a Friday. That's peculiar. Are you kidding me? I disagree with that.
Fail.
I disagree. This is random too, isn't it? Like which ones are turned on? Fuck this. This is stupid.
Nice shot.
No. Oh yeah. Okay. We're fine.
Nice on. Birdie.
Oh my god. Excuse me? Everything. These are so stupid. I don't like the pressure here. Like I said, just let me play the fucking game. You know what I mean? Oh, that was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful.
Birdie.
I mean, I guess 4 p.m. isn't that late. It's not as late as I thought it was. I tend to forget the time difference a lot. I'll say JMT, how's it going? I will probably... As soon as I run out of the rest of my lives, I'll probably go make a lobby. Even though there's part of me that's like, I should
Nice approach.
keep going here while I'm actually learning.
Birdie.
I don't want to. It's not fun. I don't like these. Wow, that was a lot more hill than I thought it was.
Fail. Excellent. Birdie. Nice.
Yeah.
Can you? Don't they usually do cleaning things that, like, you're not allowed to eat for, like, an hour or something like that? What the fuck is this trajectory? This game is fucking wild. It's probably not hard enough. No, this is actually might be too hard. Stop. God damn it.
Fail.
God, that's significantly better than I've done on Pro New Donk. I think my record's like hole 4 or something. I'm really bad at that one. I think it's just like the second hole that I can't do.
Nice on. Birdie.
I think back when we had that one Mario Golf stream where my internet went out, I tried to work on the new Donk one, and I was like, I hate this. This one's better, because I at least feel like I'm getting something done, but... Okay, that wasn't as difficult as they made it look.
Excellent. Birdie.
Oh, it was only a checkup. Okay. I actually have not been to the dentist in a while, so I'm kind of like, I don't know how they do things now. It's something I should probably fix. But I think I was getting to the point where I was like, okay, I actually have a little bit of money. I have insurance now. I should probably get all that stuff done. But then I had like the schedule hurdle of... I mean, like, there's the schedule hurdle for starters, so like a 4 o'clock in the afternoon appointment just doesn't fucking work for me. That's like the middle of the night for me. That would be like having, that would be like, if you're on a normal schedule, if the dentist was like, hey, can you come in at 2 a.m.? That's how insane it is when they're like, hey, does 4 o'clock in the afternoon work for you? Like, that's how it just doesn't make sense for me. So I had that hurdle. The fact that I don't drive, so I have to be able to find a way to get there. And then the pandemic hit. And then suddenly they were like, yeah, we can get you in 5 months. And I was like, okay, I don't fucking care. Unless there's an issue, I don't really care.
Nice shot.
Even the eye doctor was like, my glasses had to be falling apart for me to be like, okay, let's do this. And again, they were like, well, we can get you in 3 months. And I was like, you don't understand. They're falling apart. And they were like, yeah, we can get you in 3 months. So I was like, okay, that's...
Nice.
Now, granted, maybe it's better now. As we've slowly gotten better-ish at dealing with the pandemic. Trajectory's fucking wild, dude.
Nice up. Birdie.
This. I wish that this game had the PGA Tour 2K21 had a like putt preview that you could hit. That it would show you like, okay, where you're currently at, where would this putt wind up going. You could only use it once per putt though. So, but it was enough that you could be like, you could get an idea if I'm even close to hitting the hole or if I'm like way off. So I really liked it. It was like, it was helpful, but it wasn't like free. It's not like every single putt was gonna land all the time because unless you hit the preview and it just happened to hit the hole, then you were like, oh, okay, I'm good to go. But that usually didn't happen. I feel like I was doing like really well on those later holes too.
Fail.
But having to do fucking greens like that. Again, part of me is like, just do it again, because I was pretty close and I don't want to forget everything that I just learned, but I also don't want to do it again. Don't let my bad inputs, my misinputs mislead you there. The password's the same it's always been. I don't know if we'll do them in order. But now that we're not keeping score, I'm a little bit more okay with just... yeah, doing those random courses with it that we usually avoid. I think I was planning on starting with, like, Bonnie Greens or something, but we could also do Rick's. What kind of Billy? I actually have a pretty good selection. They did give me Peach, Daisy, Wiggler, and Donkey Kong, which I all have Superstar for already. But then they also gave me Waluigi, Bowser, and Toadette. And those are all ones that I need to work on. We're gonna start with Bowser, I think. Pick the CPU. Yeah, pick the CPU as well. Hell, we'll put Wiggler back in. I think Wiggler's pretty pog. We tested the other holes quite a bit. I wouldn't say it was exactly that one. I think we'll do 9 holes too. And let's boost up the wind a little bit just to keep it, like, not too easy. We did another one. I remember testing it at one point with Eno, and we both scored, like, 6 or 7 under or something like that. And I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work. Like, if we score consistently that good, it's just gonna fuck everything up.
Ready?
It was certainly not one instance that made me say, yeah, this doesn't work. It was multiple tests. Dude, where's the wind? I was promised 13-mile-an-hour wind. That was like 2-mile-an-hour wind. What the fuck? I way overcompensated for that. This game's wind is very fucking strange. Sometimes it's really goddamn strong, and other times it doesn't do shit. God, I'm really fucking thirsty tonight for some reason.
Nice shot.
And then the reason I decided to stop keeping score was simply because, like, it was fucking tedious, and I felt like it wasn't adding anything to anything anymore. And there were, like, some weird hiccups that were kind of difficult to plan around. Like, some nights, people would only do, like, 1 round, and it was impossible to calculate handicap off of that, and stuff like that. There was also some weird shit with Blue's score that happened eventually that I was like, I don't know how we can work around this. It was one of those things where one week she did really poorly. So her handicap was like +4. And then the next week she performed really well. And because of the handicap being +4, she like skyrocketed. Her total score was like 30 under. And it was like impossible to catch her. And it's like, that's not really what the handicap is supposed to do. Like, it wound up just not working very well. But I would say most of it was just, it was fucking tedious, and I didn't want to do it anymore. Beauty.
Excellent.
And on my end, it was frustrating because my handicap was usually like 3 or 4 under. And if I didn't perform at, like, just peak performance, my score just plummeted. And it just got... It was less... It just started to be less fun, because it was too demanding. Especially for something we only play every 2 weeks. Like, I don't stay that warmed up for that to work very well.
Nice birdie. Eagle putt.
I think if I do want to do something
Nice eagle.
with Mario Golf 64, I'm wondering if, like, the mode where you unlock the characters, you can't do that multiplayer, right? That's single player only.
Nice birdie.
I don't know if I would want to do, like, a stream series of trying to unlock all the characters or anything like that, just because I know it's fucking difficult, and it just might... And again, it's going to be repetitive. It's going to be just like the one-on-one putt that I was just doing, where it's going to be like, oh, look at that, they got, like, 3 birdies, and they're too far ahead to ever catch. I guess I'll just start over, and it's just... Not a fan. Well, another issue with multiplayer is that, like, I'm gonna have to unlock all the characters first. Or at least a good deal of them. Otherwise, we're only gonna have 4 characters to play as, which is kind of frustrating. That was maybe another reason why I was like, we shouldn't pivot to that tonight, because we're just not gonna have any characters to play. And I'd argue that, like, 2 or 3 of them are characters no one's gonna want to play on top of that. Because you got the 2, like, human characters that I imagine most people aren't gonna care about. And then you got fucking Baby Mario. So yeah, I don't know if I want to do anything with that. I guess we'll see. A lot of the N64 stuff for me is still very dependent on when the fuck they get the controllers in stock. Because I want to pick one of those up first. And then there's a lot of N64 stuff I want to do, but I'm kind of trying to wait for that first. Which is starting to become agony because I've been watching for that to come in stock for a while now.
Nice shot.
Which is unfortunate, because I have a feeling a lot of it's going to be irrelevant by the time I get around to it. And I imagine a lot of the games probably play fine on just a Switch controller, but I've heard that there's a couple that don't play very well.
Nice shot.
What, the Switch controllers? Yeah.
Great.
I would assume so. You can use the SNES controller, because I've done it before.
Nice shot.
Now, it might have mixed results as far as mapping. Like, it might just not work with certain games. I would assume that... What are you doing? Just fucking agony. I would assume that if you tried to use it with an N64 emulator, you'd probably get it to map just fine. Yeah, I don't think they have restocked it yet. They've restocked all the other controllers, but I don't think they've restocked that one yet. That's unfortunate. And it's frustrating because it's like, I'm ready to pull the trigger. At first I was like, I don't know if I want to spend that much money on a controller. Now I'm just like, dude, just put it in stock and you got my $50.
Nice eagle.
That's all you gotta do.
Eagle. Nice eagle.
I'm surprised that, and maybe I just don't know how the fuck stuff like this works, to be fair, but I'm surprised that stuff like those controllers aren't just, like, made to order.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
Like, why don't they just have it set up that, like, you can place an order, but we're gonna wait till the end of the month to count up how many orders we have, and then we're just gonna make that number of controllers. Maybe it's just not that easy, but, like,
Ready?
with stuff like that, I feel like that would be the way to go. But maybe that's not how production works. Works, like, at all. I don't use the SNES controller for much, and I think I tried to use it with... Did I try to use it with Mega Man Legacy Collection, and that's where I was like, this D-pad sucks ass? I don't remember. It sounds familiar, though.
Nice shot.
And therefore, I just tend to not use it a lot. Yo, wind? Like, come on. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna start ignoring the wind, and then I'm gonna get in trouble because of that. So I'm just gonna be like, 9 miles an hour, who fucking cares? Wouldn't that counteract scalping, though? Because sure, people could scalp them, but they're not going to be able to sell them, because why would you buy from a scalper when you can literally go to the website and be guaranteed to be able to get one?
Nice shot.
I feel like that would be win-win for them, because then they're just making money off of the scalpers, and the scalpers aren't going to be able to sell them.
Nice shot.
I think as long as they have a big asterisk on the site that says, by the way, this will not ship until, like, the end of the month.
Nice on.
Like, as long as they're clear about it, I think... I don't know, if you gave me that option, if I could go to Nintendo's website, just put $50 down and say, just get me a controller as soon as you can, like, as long as I know I will eventually get one, I would do it. And if I knew that they were filling those orders, like, once a month, I'd be like, okay, well, I'll get it by the end of the month, right?
Nice approach.
I feel like that could be something that these companies should pursue with the consoles, too. Just, like, make them to meet demand instead of we're gonna make this many.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Because again, I'm sure if a lot of people, if you could just go to Sony or Microsoft's website, just put the money down and say, okay, you make more consoles every... Like, put me on a waiting list, you know? I feel like most people would do it. Because then they'd be like, well, I'll get it eventually. I don't think they would, though, because eventually there'd be no reason to scalp them. They'd try to do it at first, but they could put some precautions in play. Keep it so that you have to have Nintendo Switch Online and, like, limit it to a certain number per customer so that scalpers can't do that as easily. And then it'll take care of itself after that, because who's gonna scalp something that's in supply? It wouldn't make any sense. I feel like people need to figure out how to deal with scalpers, because people seem to just be looking at it as, we'll just wait for it to stop, and it's not gonna stop. And there's, like, not many people that are actually trying to fix it.
Nice birdie.
And I feel like things just not being short in supply is a good first step. No one's gonna scalp things if you can easily find it.
Birdie. Nice par. Nice par. Ready?
And especially with stuff like controllers, that's like... I get it with consoles, because parts are expensive, right? And short in supply.
Nice shot.
So that makes sense. But with controllers, it's like, if you just have enough of them to go around... Excuse me. If you could guarantee that you could go to a store and they would have a certain controller in stock, then why the fuck would anyone ever scalp it? That's my logic. Are they scalping Switches?
Nice.
I would assume not, because they're pretty easy to find. Now again, with consoles, it's I'm not saying this is a solution for the console shortages right now, for sure, because I understand, like, there's only so many parts, they can only make them so fast, I get it. But with stuff like controllers, they're just, like, choosing not to make them. As far as I can tell. I don't know, it's like, I kinda don't get it, right? Because if it's in demand that people are frustrated that it's sold out, then why... You would assume that they're not making more because it wasn't worth the money to produce them?
Nice on.
Because they weren't selling well enough? But if they're sold out, doesn't that imply that they sold well? Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about there, though. Which is highly possible. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. I just feel like it's something someone should try. Maybe that's what I want to see. I just want to see them try. I mean, like, they're fucking Nintendo, and they have so much money. I feel like they could afford to set up a factory that makes things like controllers, like, on demand.
Birdie.
I'd be curious to see it for... This is an idea I've had for older consoles before, too.
Nice birdie.
Because, like, I've heard people say, like, Nintendo should just make Super Nintendos for it. And it's like, they're not gonna just make Super Nintendos, because there's no market for it. The amount of people that would drop money on a Super Nintendo are, like, that's, like, you're looking at core gamers there. The casual gamer market is not going to be picking up old consoles, like, period.
Nice.
But if they set up, like, a factory that just makes them on demand and just makes them to fill orders, I feel like they could still make money off of something like that.
Bogey.
But I remember, I was watching someone on Twitch like a couple weeks ago, and someone was like, they should just make Super Nintendos and sell Super Mario World again. Like, they should just still sell old games. And I was like, do you realize how stupid that is? Like, no, they shouldn't. Like, it doesn't make any sense. To just make a stock and send them to retailers? Like, no. It's just gonna sit there. People aren't gonna buy them. And when you make something that's geared towards a niche market, then that's when you're going to have the problem with the scalpers. Because if the mainstream audience isn't buying anything, then the scalpers are going to scoop it up, and then the people who do want it aren't going to be able to find it. Which is why it's like, well, why don't you just make them on demand then? I just thought they should have done that with the NES and Super NES Minis, or Classics, or whatever. Like, why not just keep making them, but only make them to order? Because then you know every one you make is going to be sold, right? But then again, maybe I'm looking at it like an artist. And an artist that doesn't know how to fucking market himself on top of that. Like, that might be part of the issue. Is for me, I'm just like, I'll just work on commission, because then I know that any work I do is, like, already paid for, right? I haven't tried to get into, like, merchandising or anything, which would be the opposite side of it, where I'm just making it... Now, See, I don't know, because sites that handle merch, I would assume they do that to order. So they have to have the factories set up to do that already anyway, right? I highly doubt if I go to a website and say, I want to sell Nintagious t-shirts, they're not going to just make 100,000 of those t-shirts and then just sit them in a warehouse until people order them. They're going to wait for people to order them, and then they're going to make them, right? Because that would be the smart way of doing it. Why don't more people do that? Why hasn't the video game industry figured that one out yet? Now, granted, video game stuff takes a lot more money to make than a t-shirt, but you get what I mean. I feel like it could be troubleshooted. And hey, you know what, at the end of the day? Maybe these companies should just take a little bit of a loss in interest of actually providing their consumers with things. Instead of there just being an indefinite supply issue for fucking years at a time.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Because I feel like when there's an indefinite supply issue that nobody wins. I'm so mad at watching Wiggler golf. It is... I'm infuriated. Right now. Like, motherfucker, what are you doing?
Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie.
What am I sipping? It's just normal, dude. I do still have some melon left, but I dialed it back a little bit because I wanted to savor it.
Ready?
I'm not saying that, like, oh, this would work if this is how they would set up orders. I'm just saying try it. Troubleshoot it. See what happens. Again, maybe look at it as we're gonna make our consumers happy, and if we take a loss, well, at least our consumers will be happy. We'll be putting our product into their hands. Now, I think part of this is also my theory of how Sony is doing things. I still, like, kind of believe that Sony doesn't give a fuck that PS5s are getting scalped. Because they're still getting the money. So I don't think they care. I'm just saying do the opposite of that. Care more about putting the product in your customers' hands instead of making money off of anyone who will give you money. Now maybe that's not true at all, for fuck do I know, really. Yo, that totally worked. Love to see it.
Great.
See, I don't know. I'd be curious to see, like, footage of, like, a game console factory, because you say that, it isn't like a fast food restaurant. Tech is complex. Yeah, but I think tech can also be assembled by machines, and fast food kind of can't be. It could be, probably, but it isn't. That's still constructed by human hand, for the most part. I'm under the... I would assume that consoles are made just by an assembly line. Now, there might be a couple of parts that are still done by hand by, like the motherboards and shit like that, but... And it's not like they're custom making the thing. Like, that's another thing that fast food has to deal with, is they have to deal with, oh, they said no ketchup. And yet they still fuck it up 90% of the time. Maybe not 90%, but more often than they should.
Nice approach.
Whereas the tech factory, it's just printing them the same way over and over and over again. All you gotta do is put in the number of saying that this is how many we're making. Like I said, I'm just saying they should try it. Instead of, oh, we're gonna make 10,000 N64 controllers and then go 5 months without making any more. And then when we make more, it's just gonna be another 10,000 and they're gonna sell really fast.
Nice eagle.
And since there's low supply, that's just gonna encourage the scalpers further. It just seems like an inferior way of doing things, no matter how you cut it.
Nice eagle.
Yeah, but again, you don't need the chips for controllers and shit. I'm not saying to use that for, like, PS5 production. Just try it on, like, controllers and see what happens. Just set up a factory that produces
Nice par.
Joy-Con Pro controllers, the NES, the Super NES, N64, the Genesis. I forgot that there's a Genesis one. GameCube controllers, because people probably are still buying those for competitive play of Smash Brothers. Like, just try it. And it might not work. I don't know. I'm saying just give it a shot.
Nice shot.
But yeah, consoles are... I think I said that, like, multiple times. Consoles are clearly different just because of the part supply. I mean, clearly you need parts for controllers too, but I would assume that they're a different type that might be a little bit easier to find. What that industry really needs is for somebody to, like, have a breakthrough on those parts and figure out how to, like, make more of them out of, like, something else. Because that seems to be such a problem over the past, like, 2 years.
Nice shot.
And it's like... I know it's not that simple, but it's like, just make more. Like, what's... How's somebody not figured that out by now? Figured out a way to make more, rather.
Nice shot.
Because I kept seeing articles about Sony looking for different parts for the PS5. It's like, well, there you go. Instead of just being like, wham, we can't find any chips. Well, find a different fucking chip. Like, what are you doing? Isn't that a you problem?
Nice shot.
Just hit that way harder.
Nice on.
I don't know if they succeeded in that endeavor. Worth pointing out. I didn't keep up with it. But I admire them for, like, exploring options. Instead of just, like, waiting for it to fix itself, which is what a lot of people seem to be doing.
Nice approach.
I'd be curious to know how that shortage became a thing in the first place. Like,
Nice approach.
I've heard talk of it being, like, pandemic related, but I feel like it can't be as simple as that. I've heard people say it's like, oh, well, so many people were working from home, everybody had to buy webcams. So, we just... What the fuck? But it's like, that can't be the only part of it.
Birdie.
Not saying it's not a part of it, I'm just saying it can't be the only part of it. That putt felt really good, too.
Nice par. Birdie.
One of the main sources is China. I can see that. I imagine it's a lot of pieces. I imagine there's a lot of different pieces that goes into it.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
But it's also, like, frustrating for me, because, like I said, if so many different
Nice par.
products started using more chips, how was nobody troubleshooting to try and figure out how to make more of them faster and cheaper? How has that not been a thing?
Ready?
It seems like it's just been... I follow... I really only watch, like, 2 people on Twitch, but both of them have gone on rants about, like, they need better computers, and, like, they just can't do it because of all these part shortages, and it's like, it sounds to me like people are just kind of like, well, this is the way it is now. There's just a part shortage now, and it's like, is nobody trying to figure out how to fix it? It's been 2 fucking years. Like, what are you doing? No one's even getting close?
Excellent.
I think I mentioned I don't know, like last week. That's part of why, like, I don't even want to see a Switch 2 at the moment, because, like, it's gonna be fucking impossible to get one.
Nice shot.
Beautiful.
Nice on.
Unless they play their cards, like, just very smartly.
Nice shot.
I think a lot of that is going to be keeping a lock on
Nice on. Birdie.
who are allowed to buy those buy the things. They gotta lock scalpers out somehow, or at least severely limit what they're capable of doing. Because at this point, we know scalpers are a thing, right? I guess that's what my overall point of what I'm getting at here is, like, some of these problems plaguing the industry we've seen for fucking years now. How has nobody been trying to fix it? Scalpers have been a thing since the fucking Amiibo days. Probably longer than that. It's probably that was just the first time we really noticed it.
Birdie.
Before then, it was probably already a thing with, like, limited editions and stuff. So how has nobody cared? And I have to assume a lot of it is because companies like fucking GameStop are like, well, the scalpers are still giving us money, so what do we care?
Birdie. Nice birdie.
That's why half the time I see a limited edition, and I'm like, I don't care. You're designing a thing to sell to scalpers, more or less. Unless you actually do something to prevent them from scooping up as many copies as they can.
Nice shot.
It's why I respect, like... Take the Fire Emblem, Shadow Dragon, and the Blade of Light, is that what it's called? When they did the collector's edition for that, I like that they also had the option of, like, well, you can just buy the game on Switch for, like, $7, too. If you just want to play the fucking game and don't have to worry, and don't want to have to worry about scalpers and all that bullshit, you can just buy the game as well. Now, the problem there is that they were also like, oh, it's still a limited time, which doesn't make any goddamn sense from the perspective of digital content, but...
Nice shot.
The whole concept of digital content being great is, like, I'd say the strongest feature of digital content is that there's no supply and demand. It's just there. You can buy it for as long as the internet exists. So adding an artificial, oh, you can only get it for a certain amount of time is just like, what the fuck? Why?
Great.
I'd be curious to see... I think Microsoft's big... Like, I think they're the only ones that are actually trying to combat scalpers, right? I would assume that the whole thing with the payment plans for the Xbox Series X and S, I would assume that that combats scalping to some extent. I'd be curious to know just how effective it is. How well is it working? I want to assume something's working because of the fact that you can actually find those consoles and they're outselling the PS5. So that's kind of like... That's a double whammy. Like, Sony fans try to act like, oh, it's only outselling it because it's easier to find the console. It's like, well... Yes, but also, how is it easier to find the console if it's also outselling the PS5? That doesn't... They're clearly doing something right. And I'd like to think that part of it is that you can basically buy the damn thing directly through Microsoft.
Birdie putt. Nice birdie.
Buying a lot of stuff for the what, like production and stuff? I mean, it would make sense. I feel like Microsoft is a company that's smart enough to do stuff like that. They're willing to, like, drop money on buying, like, factories and shit in order to make their own business stronger. They're willing, it's called an investment, and they're willing to do that. And I think maybe it's a culture thing? Because Sony and Nintendo are both Japanese companies. Maybe they just look at it differently? But they don't seem willing to invest. At least, not in as obvious of a way, I guess. I'm sure they still are, but... I should have put a... I didn't say anything on Discord about golf this week, which is on me. Yeah, we'll put Wiggler back in, that's fine. So I should probably ping Blue and make sure that she knows that we be golfing tonight. Just keep it going. Let's do 9 for this one, too. And we'll also put Strong Wind on, because it is an easier course. We don't want it to be too simple. I don't know, I'd be curious to know, like, how much the companies are worth, because doesn't Sony have things other than gaming as well? Now, I think the big difference there is I think everything else that Sony makes is an outright failure compared to, like, it's basically 90% PlayStation these days, isn't it, for them? But still, I'd be curious to see numbers.
Nice shot.
No, I don't want to see their stock value.
Nice on. Nice shot.
Holy shit. So yeah, I'll,
Nice on.
Jesus, I can't even do the math there.
Nice shot.
Microsoft is worth like 25 times as much as Sony is. That's significantly more than I expected. I figured it would be higher. I didn't think it'd be that much higher. That's ridiculous.
Birdie.
Was also some, well, I mean, now I think that was still some stock things talking there, but still, it like gives us something to work off of. That's unfortunate. Unless it was Wiggler, then fuck you. I don't think it was, though. But even then, I would argue that that might be why Microsoft is worth so much, if they've been willing to actually put the money they have into investing into making the company stronger. Sorry, I be multitasking. You caught me.
Nice birdie. Nice par.
Kill that, kill that.
Nice par.
Oh, what, like when you're doing jumps, Riley? I think I knew that, but forgot it. Does that make sense? I think at one point I knew that.
Nice shot.
Also noticed that in Mario Kart 7, and I would assume you can probably do it in 8 as well. When you're in the water, but you're like falling, you're not like on ground underwater, you can kind of like tilt the cart back and forth. I don't know if that does anything. I don't know if it is like if you tilt it forward, will you like dive faster? It would make sense. I remember noticing that in 7, and I was like, that's interesting. I didn't know that was the thing. You don't... I feel like there's not a lot of moments where that would be relevant, though. In 8, in particular. Since 8's water usage is a little bit more intelligent than 7's was.
Nice shot.
Seven loves to just drop you in fucking water for no particular reason. And be like, hey, look, water!
Nice on.
Excuse me.
Excellent.
I also noticed in Mario Kart Wii, in particular, since you have to use the D-pad to use tricks when you're hitting jumps, the trick changes depending on which direction on the D-pad you press. Which is clearly not a thing in later games, since... I guess they kind of maybe replace it with that.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Whereas, yeah, on Wii, you could just, like, press left and the cart would spin to the left. And if you pressed right, it would spin to the right. on the D-pad.
Nice birdie.
Sounds like they kind of just moved that to being like whichever direction you're pressing when you press R or ZR or whatever. Which that was something that fucked with my muscle memory like real hard when I was playing through all the games, because I got so used to pressing the D-pad for it in Wii, especially since I was playing Mario Kart Wii for a long time, because there was a lot of unlockables in that.
Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie. Ready?
That's it. 6. I might have to do a, potentially dangerous tee off and then step away for a minute here. And just hope it works out. It's probably not gonna work out very well, but I'm gonna take my chances, because sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. That should have been a super top spin, but whatever. I will be right back.
Nice shot.
Finish what I needed to do, but I'll just have to hop up again.
Nice shot. Nice on.
And thank God this little heat wave is over. If you want to call it that. It jumped up into like the mid to high 70s for a couple days, which is like not too bad, but it was enough to be like, I hate this. Now it's dipping back into the 60s tomorrow, 40s on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday. It'd be lovely.
Nice on.
I think I told you too, Riley, that Time Trial taught me that
Nice
coins in Mario Kart are actually like super fucking powerful. I wasn't able to find an actual number.
Nice on. Birdie.
but just in watching Time Trial, I noticed that a lot of the ghosts were just they were just faster on their last lap. Even though they weren't doing anything special, like, they were still doing the same lap. Like, they weren't taking different shortcuts or anything, but they were, like, a second faster each lap. And eventually I figured out, it's like, oh, it's because they're picking up coins, aren't they? And a lot of it was, like, when I was doing Time Trial, I was just ignoring coins. A lot of the ones that I had trouble doing, that was the only thing I had to do. I just had to pick up 10 coins throughout the run, and then I just, like, immediately won. Like, they're actually a lot more powerful than you'd expect. That's unfortunate. Everyone's going for, like, these playmaker shots, and it's not getting out. You hate to see it, but you also love to see it, because it bodes well for me. Yeah, I keep thinking that... I thought I remembered hearing at one point that each coin improves your speed by, like, 1.5%. So 10 coins is, like, a whopping 15% speed boost. It's, like, pretty massive. But then when I started trying to look and find, like, that number to confirm my memory, I couldn't find anything that was like, oh yeah, that's it, that's how it works. Everything I found was just like, we don't fucking know how it works, so I don't know where I came up with that number. But yeah, it's pretty damn powerful, is what we're getting at here. This short a little bit, because I don't trust those trees. Actually, I kind of like this plan. Just a lot of trees in the way on this course. Hey View, how's it going? How was the rest of your stream? I was lurking while I was getting ready. I want to say, like, I think the one moment where I actually sat and, like, watched for just a little bit, you weren't really, like, up to anything in particular, so I can't be like, oh, you were fighting this boss when I was watching, because I don't remember. You were just kind of running around.
Nice shot.
Did you beat that fucking giant the other night? That thing was unreal. You did get that one. Doing an optional area boss and it's a nightmare. Yeah, I think we've already talked that I've heard some parts of that game are, like, kind of nightmarish. Overall, it seems like... I've mentioned I've basically watched two people play it. I've watched you play it, and then this one guy I watch on Twitch. And he didn't like it. But then he is also on his second playthrough already, so I have to question how much of that was, like, legitimate distaste and how much of it was he playing it up for laughs. But, you seem to overall be enjoying it a lot more than he did.
Nice shot. Great.
Something I really like, And I don't know if this was a thing in Souls games in general. It probably was. But you had some viewers talking about the other night about doing, like, the flavor builds. And the guy I watched on Twitch, his second playthrough, he made Donkey Kong. He's just, like, this big ape-looking guy using a giant mace that kind of looks like a banana, and he has a spell that lets him, like, huck boulders at people. And whenever he, like, what I believe you would call quaning an enemy, whenever he quans an enemy, he just shouts, "Here we go, banana slamma." And it's really funny. And I like that people are doing stuff like that. That's silly and fun. It's better than the people who just make their character look as cursed as possible. Like, I wasn't a big fan of that.
Great. Nice approach.
Business fellow jumps and sits on people.
Eagle pose. Nice eagle. Eagle pose. Nice eagle.
These early courses are so easy.
Nice eagle.
With only his... Jesus. I did see that speedrunners already have the game under, like, 30 minutes or some shit like that. Wiggler, what are you doing? Stop! Just fucking... Stop sandbagging, you fucking asshole. This game's AI makes me furious.
Ready?
And it's almost like they have, like, a flowing personality. Because, like, some nights the AI just does amazing things, and then other nights it's just this. Where they're just like, how I put. How put. Which end of club do I use? Like, they just completely have lost it. That should have been a top spin. Oh well. It's been nice to see too. It looks like Elden Ring's doing really good for you in terms of like viewership and such, which is pretty great. I actually had to like recently redirect how I think about analytics because view counts have been so just cataclysmically bad over the past like year that I just had to like start looking at a different metric.
Nice shot.
I started looking at watch time instead, and it's put me in a much healthier mindset. And, like, you seem to get a lot of people that, like, for lack of a better way of putting it, they actually want to see you succeed. I feel like with playing Souls games, you might run the risk of getting a lot of viewers who just want to, like, laugh at you when you fail. And that's, like, not the kind of viewership that anybody wants. But it seems like you have a lot of people who actually, like, want to see you do well, which is good. That's significantly better than the ones who are like, oh, I can't believe you're still stuck on this boss.
Nice on.
Yeah, I think... I don't know when it was that I started pivoting and looking at watch time instead, and I quickly noticed... Spirit Tracks was a pretty good example. If you go back and look at Spirit Tracks in terms of views, the views are fucking just hideous. But the watch time, like average watch time, was actually higher than most of my other content. So that means that, like, the few people that did come, they were here for, like, the whole thing, which is kind of awesome. Again, it just put me in a much healthier mindset. Well, hey, Mike, how's it going? Yeah, I feel like there's that one guy I watch on Twitch who didn't really care for Elden Ring very much. Like, especially in, like, late game, he was, like, not enjoying it. Otherwise, I feel like I've mostly heard good things, yeah. I only put so much stock in that guy's opinion because he, like... It's not like Souls games are the only thing he plays, but he puts in, like... He plays, like, several randomizers a week. Like, he puts in, like, thousands of hours on Souls games. Like, he's in there deep. So if he doesn't like something, I'm like, well, damn, like, he kind of knows what he's talking about. But even then, he started a second playthrough, like, immediately. So it's also kind of like, did he really dislike it that much? Maybe the analytics were really good and he forced himself to do it. That's possible, to be honest.
Nice birdie.
Oh yeah, it's still good to laugh at the deaths that are just like, are you fucking serious? Like, stuff like that, but... I'm talking when you're, like, struggling with a boss and approaching, like, you know, minute 60 and you're still on it, and you've got people in chat being like, ugh, you haven't figured out how to dodge that attack yet? What are you doing? It's like, that's like, the kind of stuff you don't want for sure.
Ready? Nice shot.
I'm trying to remember. I think Hollow Knight was the last time I, like, had someone like that, where I was, like, just... There was, and I mean, like, those bosses are tough. And there was just, like, one or... I think there was only, like, 2 or 3 bosses in that game that gave me a lot of trouble. But one of them, it just happened to be when I had someone in chat that was like, you're still on this? What's taking so long? And I was like, okay. Get the fuck out of here. I don't think I even had that happen in Cuphead, believe it or not.
Nice shot.
Cuphead was the one with that one kid that was like, go to the shop and buy this upgrade. Yeah, it's helpful too if your mod crew like knows their way around the game, so they know what to look for. I've had some I don't remember the last time this came up, but every now and then I'll have concerns where I'm like, damn, I want to keep spoilers under control for this game because I don't want to have it hurt my experience. But then I'm also like, even out of the mods I have, out of the regulars I have that I could potentially ask to moderate, none of them have played it. So, like, no one can really police it. I'm just gonna have to kind of take my chances. That was unfortunate. We're doing it. You can't stop me. Yeah, just hit her forehead. It's easy.
Nice song.
I wanted to, crap, I don't remember what it was. You retweet a lot of stuff on Twitter that are like chat be like this memes. And I kind of wanted to make one, but it was too much of a stretch. And it would have been like, how was I gonna phrase it? I was like, this is basically only funny if you've, like, seen the movie. And it was gonna be, like, me spending 5 minutes explaining why male models, and then chat, and it was just gonna be a shot from Zoolander where he's like, but why male models? Because it's like, I've had that happen before, where I explain something thoroughly, and then someone's like, did you think, what about this? And it's like, are you serious? I just answered that, Derek. what do you... Doesn't happen super often, but... What game is... I've been watching Twain's archive of Final Fantasy 1. And someone came in and said, which Final Fantasy is this? And I just wanted to, like, screenshot it, circle his message, and then circle the stream title where it says Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster, and just send it to Twain and be like, how do you keep your cool in moments like this? It says it right fucking there. Like, what are you doing? I think I subscribe to the Dan Marchetti theory on that one, where the more information we put on our layout, the better chance there is of somebody asking. Because Dan was always the one where he has he has a timestamp on his layout, which is mostly for, like, recording purposes, so you can, like, if you make a montage, you can see, like, oh, what day was this on? I have never seen any streamer have as many people ask him what time it is where he is as Dan has had. That used to be a streamly occurrence, where people would be like, what time is it where you are? And it's like, motherfucker, it's on the layout. And I've never seen any other streamer have that problem, despite the fact that we don't have the time on our layout.
Ready?
So they have to be trolling, right? they just have to be. They think they're being funny, I guess? Like, I don't know. I think the people who ask what game is this are just legitimately not paying attention, though. Now, it's one thing if, like, when I've done, like, my Mega Man Marathon stuff, they'll be like, which one is this? To be fair, I just have it listed on stream as, like, Mega Man 1 through 11, so, like, that's a little bit more forgivable. I think it happened with Tunic a lot, where people were like, what's this game? And I was like, it says right there.
Nice
Titles in big white letters. If you mean on a broader sense of, like, what's this game about? Motherfucker, just watch for a couple minutes. You'll figure it out. Except I guess Tunic was more so the... This looks like Zelda! Yes. Oh, I missed Guy's question? And then I just saw Theo say cookies and cream, and Guy saying, thanks, Theo, and I was like, what the fuck, What did I just miss?
Pin shot.
All things considered, though, like, I've come to realize that those strange viewer moments where they'll ask stuff like that, I'd still prefer that over working, like, fast food and having somebody lose their fucking mind because there's too much ice in their Coke or something. You know what I mean? At least we get a funny story where we can joke about it.
Boom.
And it's not like stuff like backseating where it can legitimately, like, hurt a playthrough. Thanks for blocking my shot, Theo. Love to see it. Not even Theo can stop me. Well, when I was playing Tunic, no one asked which Zelda it was. Yeah, it would have been, like, obviously you're trolling at that point if somebody says something like that.
Ready?
Yes, that upscaling is a hell of a thing, let me tell you. What else was I gonna say? I never got up and finished what I had to do, so since I just teed off, I'm gonna do that really quick. It won't take me long. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Resume. Good work, Theo. you... Was it worth it? I didn't see it yet, Mike. I had plans to see it on Tuesday, and neither of us were feeling well, so we just kind of were like, I guess we'll just have to postpone. I don't know when I'm gonna go see it now. Especially because they're gonna be busy for a while, so... yeah, I have no idea. I think we briefly talked about maybe, like, next Sunday, I think it was? It's one of those things where I was, like, disappointed, but I also felt like shit that night, so I was, like, kind of like, it's fine.
Nice, huh?
Also, Mike, have you heard of a game called Bug Snacks? It's, what do you guys think? Have any of you played Bug Snacks? Like seriously. Now, have any of you played Bug Snacks? Or, Theo, what are you doing? Or watched anybody play it. I think I'm gonna grab it on Switch and play it when it comes out. I think it's coming out right at a time where we're gonna be pivoting games anyway.
Nice shot.
So I might just go in on it. Because I think it's next Thursday, I think? Not this coming Thursday, but the Thursday after that. We'll have finished Kirby's Return to Dreamland. We'll have started and finished that by then. So I might just do it.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna have a free content update that day, too. I saw that it's gonna be on Game Pass, but, like, I hate streaming stuff on PC, so I think I'm just gonna get it on Switch instead. The funny thing is I technically have it on PS5. I just don't have a PS5. Because I claimed it when it was available as, for PlayStation Plus.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Yeah, I saw that, and I saw the day it comes out, and I was like, maybe we'll just pivot to that after. I think we'll have a couple of days between that and finishing Kirby. I'm currently thinking we're gonna go back to Loop Hero and try to finish that with that time. I also kind of need you guys to be honest with me here. Who is, like, especially those of you who only watch YouTube and do not watch Twitch, how attached to you are you to watching more Deep Rock Galactic? Because Season 2 comes out at the beginning of May, and I'm still kind of thinking about moving Deep Rock to Twitch, because it just doesn't really do super well on YouTube. But that's going off of my old mentality of only looking at views, so I should probably give it a chance and look at watch time and see how it does. So I'm still kind of in the middle there. I might leave it here. I might not. If you don't remember what it is, that's pretty telling. That that I should just move it to Twitch, I think. Again, I know some of you, like... Apparently Riley's into it, I don't think I knew that. Some of you watch both platforms anyway, so it doesn't particularly matter. But the ones that don't watch both platforms are probably the ones I want to hear from there. Volpe knows what I'm talking about, you just don't care for it. Yeah, it's the space dwarf. I think the Game Pass version hits May 5th, I think. Something like that. And yeah, that's like consistently just not done very well, which, and I think part of why it might be appealing to move that to Twitch is I do think there's like a Deep Rock community on Twitch. Especially because the developers themselves stream the game on Twitch. That was Wiggler? Wow, what a risky fucking oh, interesting. Hey Blue, Alexander, how you guys doing? We haven't played it in a while, to be fair. I don't remember the last time we played it on stream. It definitely reached a point where we felt like... I think we did like 3 sessions off stream at the end to like finish up the battle pass and everything. I think I shelved it because there was just other stuff I wanted to do. Oh yeah, the last time we streamed it was February 4th. That was a while ago. Oops. But yeah, once I started getting the idea of like, do I want to move certain stuff to Twitch, that was like one of the obvious ones of like, maybe we'll move that over there. lag all of a sudden. Why did fucking Spirit Tracks get copyright claimed, by the way?
Nice approach.
There's like one music track in Spirit Tracks that got claimed. And only some of the episodes got claimed. It's very strange. Whatever. Go ahead, take 50% of my 1 cent ad revenue. It might be more than that, to be fair. I found that ad revenue is actually quite a bit larger than I expected it to be. It's still not, like, impressive, but it's... I was expecting, like, pennies. And I think I instead got, like, nickels, which is, again, not much of a difference, but... By the way, Blue, this is the last hole, so you're welcome to jump in after this if you'd like. But yeah, basically, I think what was holding me back on moving Deep Rock to Twitch is I didn't want to do it if anyone on YouTube was like, oh, I love those streams. You know what I mean?
Nice birdie.
I might still, like, rip the stream from Twitch and upload it to YouTube separately. I don't know if I'm going to, though, to be honest.
Nice birdie.
Because then I'm going to feel obligated to, like, update the layout so that you can see Twitch chat on it and such, and... I don't know if I want to.
Nice birdie.
We kind of powered through, and, now we've taken, like, a... By the time we start playing again, it'll have been a 3-month break. Well, since we streamed it last. I don't know when we played it last, but still. It'll be fun to jump back into again once that hits, I think. Wow, you're really just gonna give me another use of a character I already have the ability to use? Okay, fine, thanks. Randomizer gave me another Peach use. Whoopee. Now I imagine if I asked you the same question about Monster Hunter, that most of you would be a little bit more interested in seeing that stay here. If I had to guess. Because that was another one that was potentially at risk of moving. But I don't know. Now that I have, like, a healthier mindset about, like, analytics and such. It's fine, Theo. We will be here. We're only just in for, like... We only just hit, like, hour 2, so... I should also point out, while we have a healthy grouping of people, I'm actually going to use Waluigi. Can you believe it? That's not what I was about to point out. Give me a second. Thinking of too many things at once. Okay. First of all, another derail. Where are we going here? I mean, Balmy Dunes is on. Let's just keep going in order. Screw it. I think we will do 6 now, because now the courses are getting a little bit longer. So we'll move back to 6 holes. Okay, so first of all, for those of you that haven't caught it, I've already put up, like... I'm starting to get back into creating video content. I've already aired 2 episodes of Nintagious EX, which are unfinished business videos. The first one was Metroid Dread's Boss Rush mode, which, Mike, I'd be curious to hear if you played that and what you thought about it. and the other one was the final 100% of the final parts of 100% in Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I don't have any more of those videos planned at the moment, but I have 2 other video series that will be airing soon. The first of which is going to be the first 30, which is me trying to look through my astronomically large backlog of games, picking out a couple of random games, and giving them 30 minutes to make a first impression. Just to see what I think. It's an excuse to try new things. It's kind of the natural evolution of the demo streams we used to do. The first of those episodes will be airing tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern, usual stream time. I'm going to have them all set to premiere, typically on off days. I've been having a lot of fun making the video content so far, so I hope you guys check it out, and I hope you enjoy it. I think I have 5 episodes of the first 30 done already. I don't know if I want to say what game it is. I can't decide if that's, like, important information, you know what I mean? I can't decide if I should say, I'm playing this game, because the game might get people excited, or if I like the mystery of, like, you're gonna have to tune in to find out. I'm not sure. That is, in fact, when you brought up the Miitopia demo, why I was like, ooh, idea. I did not film that episode yet. So that's not going to be... That's not done yet, but that's probably the next one I'm going to do. I'm still trying to decide on the 4th Mii that I want to use. But that'll be the first user-suggested one. That's another thing with the series that I wanna have it open to. Hey, if you guys know of a game that is like, it's hard for you to know what games I have on Steam, so you can't really suggest games that I have on Steam because you don't know. But if there's like, if the demo is available on Switch, if it's on NES Online, Super NES Online, once I have them, Genesis and N64 Online, the Genesis Mini, and Game Pass. Game Pass is probably the big one. But I am open to suggestion on stuff like that. If anyone's like, hey, here's a game that I thought looked cool, you should check it out, or I played it and I really liked it, you should check it out, etc. Like I said, Miitopia will be the first user-suggested one, like, completely accidentally. I just haven't recorded it yet.
Nice shot.
Might try and do that tomorrow.
Nice on.
The only limitations are, like, it has to be a game I haven't played. And, one that I have access to, of course. No, I played Mario Golf 64, like, a couple of months ago.
Nice on.
That was just an off-stream thing.
Excellent.
You wouldn't reveal it, personally? I think I like the idea of not revealing it. I'm gonna be real. I think out of the 5 I've done, I think only one of the games is going to be a game anyone's heard of. I think the rest of them are... Most people are gonna be like, I don't know what that game is. And it's the first one that is the one I think that I know people have heard of. I think the others are all... Revealing them wouldn't matter, because no one's gonna know what...
Birdie.
No one's gonna know what they are anyway. That aside, the other series I have planned,
Birdie.
which we've talked about a lot off and on over the past year, I know Volpe had an interest in it in particular, is called Crit Rate, which is basically tier list videos is what it's gonna be. It's more focused on, like, the critical analysis of stuff. I have 2 of those filmed. One of them will air, I think, on Wednesday is when I'm going to schedule that one. And the premiere episode of that is going to be 2021 in review, which is going to be looking at every game we played in 2021 and rating them. It's not really going to be a tier list so much as I'm going to give these games a rating out of 5 stars. And just kind of talk about, like, hey, did I like this? Would I suggest it? Etc. I'm going to plan to do one of those every year. And then the second one I did was the entire Mario Kart roster from every single game. Also gonna do one for all of the courses, but I haven't done that one yet. Might try and do that and the Miitopia video over the weekend. Perhaps.
Nice birdie.
I did play the 9 Parchments demo. It was a while ago, though.
Oh.
80 days? I have not heard of it. I don't think. Also, that's fine, Blue. That you won't be up too late.
Ready?
If I'm honest, like,
Nice shot.
tonight's stream is tricky. Honestly, when I got up tonight, I did not really feel like streaming. I didn't really feel like playing Mario Golf. I would say that I'm having fun, though. Like, I'm glad that I pushed myself to do it. But I also probably wouldn't object if we ended early tonight. Circumnavigate the world in just 80 days. So is it kind of like a simulation kind of game? I saw a trailer for a game this morning, and I don't remember what it was called. But it's basically like Sweeney Todd, the video game. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. It's like a married couple. The husband runs a tailoring shop, I think is what it is. But really, he just kills everybody that comes in. And then his wife makes meat pies out of them. It's basically Sweeney Todd, the video game, except he's a tailor instead of a barber. I was like, I'm almost interested, but it also sounds disgusting, and I feel like a lot of people wouldn't enjoy watching it. But just due to its unique factor, I was like,
Birdie.
interesting. Also, welcome back, Volpe. Back on... God damn, motherfuck. Back on, crit rate for a moment. That's another one that I'm going to be open to suggestions. So if anybody's like, hey, you should make a tier list off of such and such a subject, that's another one that I'm, like, open to ideas. There's a couple of obvious ones that I should probably try and knock out, like every Mega Man game or every Sonic game, because those are going to inevitably come up anyway. The only stipulation there being it should be something I know a lot about. If you ask me to rate every gatherable resource in Minecraft, I'm probably gonna tell you to shut up. Because I don't fucking know.
Nice par.
It doesn't have to be video game related either. I guess that's something else I should point out. But again, it should be something I know something about. I feel like rating all of the Marvel movies is something I should definitely do at some point, too.
Nice par. Birdie.
I actually have the template set up to do all of the monsters in Monster Hunter Rise. That was one of the first ones I thought of. There were two... When I first started concocting the idea of, hey, I want to do this, I'm going to have to make my own tier list template, because I don't like Tier Maker. The first two I came up with were all of the mini-games in Fall Guys, which I'm not going to do anymore because I don't play the game anymore.
Ready?
And for the most part, I don't think anybody cares. And the other one was all the monsters in Rise, excuse me. I should still do that one. It is on my to-do list. And I should probably do it before Sunbreak comes out. Because then inevitably I'm just going to have to add a bunch of shit to it. Also worth pointing out that when I do the Mario Kart courses, again, that's going to be all the courses from all of the games, except no Mario Kart Tour, and I'm not counting the DLC for 8.
Nice shot.
Just because the DLC's not done yet. Also not counting the arcade games, but that probably goes without saying. But like I said, I think the big takeaway is that I've been having fun making the videos, so I hope everybody checks them out, and I hope that you enjoy at least some of them. I'm still figuring out, like, pacing. I think the first 30 is going to air every week. Once a week. Saturdays, in most cases. The exception being next weekend, because I think I'm going to stream on Saturday. So that it'll probably be on Sunday that week. But that might change. So, I don't know. I also haven't decided if I'm going to do any, like, playthroughs as video content. I've thought of a couple of things, but nothing that I'm, like, particularly attached to. One that I mentioned a couple times is doing 200cc in Mario Kart 8. You have to win every cup on 200cc to unlock Gold Mario. I thought about doing that as a playthrough. I don't know if I'm going to or not. I was gonna do 150 in Mirror as well. I started those off stream already, and they're honestly really easy. So I'm glad I didn't record those. But 200cc is probably gonna be an adventure. I probably won't record that though, just because of the fact that by the time I upload the videos, I don't think anyone's gonna care anyway. You know what I mean?
Nice approach.
It already might be a thing where, like, other people have probably already put up videos of 200cc, so. But I don't know. If people are interested in seeing it, I could still be persuaded to do it. My original idea was that I would do 200cc, probably just one cup of video. Maybe two, because one cup might not. That might be a really fast video. And then I'd have you guys pick the characters and the carts. Probably just the main cart, not the wheel and the glider, just to keep it simple. But I think I asked about that one night, and, like, nobody seemed terribly interested, so I was kind of like, alright, whatever. I might just do that on my own time.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Actually, I would assume Riley's still here. I saw a video when I was getting up this morning of somebody that modded, might be a better way of putting it, Mario Kart 8 and added 1cc mode, which was as hilarious as you might expect. 1000cc, 5000cc, and 9999cc. And I was like, this is unplayable. Like, 200cc is already borderline unplayable, and this is even more ridiculous. My favorite one was, I think it was 9999, where they were on Big Blue. And you know, at, like, the end of the first segment, when you move into the second segment, you go off, like, a glider ramp. And there's, like, the boost strip, not the boost strips, but, like, the recharge strips where you can get the coins. They went so fast off of that glider ramp and flew so far that they actually hit an upper depth plane. And Locky 2 had to reset them because they flew too high. I was like, I didn't even know you could do that, dude. That's crazy.
Nice Nice birdie. Bogey.
I was gonna ask Riley too if you're doing a lot of hunting tonight. I'd love to see it. How far are you? Probably not very far, right?
Ready?
What's like the last big monster you killed? And you are going with Greatsword, right? Excuse me. Lagambi, so you're still pretty early on. I actually kind of low-key forgot that Lagambi was even in the game. Because it's just so early. I'm still so I think out of... Now that I've played all 14 weapons, I think Greatsword is my least favorite. But I don't think it's bad. I think I'm just bad at it, and I don't know how to make it work. But I do really like that Silkbind where you, like, launch at the monster and then jump up and do that, like, down stab. That's, like, epic as fuck. Like, that alone makes me really like it. What the fuck was that? Theo, please tell me you were here and saw that shot, by the way. I really hope he was here and saw that. That was... What was that shot? I'm trying to think of what other weapons I just wound up really not liking. And I don't know what I'm going to use in Sunbreak. I still need to figure that out, too. Like, what are my main weapons going to be in Sunbreak? Eventually, I'll probably use all of them. And it could definitely change based on, like, what new Silkbinds they're giving us. Because I think they've only shown, like, 3 of those. And I don't think any of them are the weapons I use, so I don't have enough to go off of yet. I'll probably just stick with what I was doing. I'll probably just go Charge Blade for solo and bow for multi. Maybe I'll go Heavy Bowgun for multi instead. I think I'll still stick with range, though. Unless one of you guys are going to switch to range, because we don't want too many of them. But I don't think any of you have an interest in doing range. I know that Eno played range before, but I don't think he has much of an interest of doing it in Rise. I don't think he's made any ranged sets yet.
Birdie.
Maybe I'll split up Monster Hunter? That's a possibility. Do solo on one platform, multiplayer on the other. I don't know if I love that idea, though. It might be worth thinking about, though. Or stream multiplayer and do solo, like, as a video series or something. I don't know. I'll see how videos in general do over the next couple months. If videos don't really, like, do very well at all, then that's probably gonna change my opinion of how much stuff I should delegate to video content. Dual Blade is really tricky for me because, like, I think Dual Blade is fun.
Nice birdie.
but I get bored of it really fast. Because it's so monotonous. It's just the same thing over and over and over again. And I guess you could argue all of the weapons are like that, but I feel like that one gets to me faster than the others. I'll do like 2 or 3 hunts and be like, okay, I think I'm ready to move on to something else. But it is fun.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
I mean, I think Rise is a very good opportunity to try out different weapons, I think. I think they just give you the resources you need where it's not the biggest time sink to try and figure them out. Yeah, I don't even think you have to do it the way I did it. What the fuck hole is this? I feel like we don't see this one very often.
Nice shot.
Alright, Theo, take it easy. And thank you for the super chat earlier as well. Man, ever since I woke up, I'm having a bit of a bout of, I guess it's acid reflux today. I don't know why. I did eat something that was very oily last night, so maybe that's what it was. I think Bew was talking the other day that he doesn't know what weapon he's going to use in Sunbreak either. But this is, like, obviously nothing against him, but due to scheduling, I don't think he'd be able to do a lot of hunting with us anyway, so I don't think we would want to plan around what weapon he's using. You know what I mean? We wouldn't want to plan and be like, if he goes with Hammer, we wouldn't want to be like, okay, that's our one knockout weapon, we don't want another knockout. Because he's probably not going to be able to be here for, like, a full 6 hours of hunting. Whereas I feel like Riley would be able to be here for most of it. So we have very reliable tail cutting with Greatsword. On most monsters. There might be a couple that are a little too mobile that it'll be difficult to do, but if I schedule Monster Hunter nights, we'll probably do it on Thursdays again. And then that's basically your Friday, right, JMT? Because you have 3-day weekends now. Which, between the two, between you and Riley, you guys should have no problem with tails. So I should probably encourage Eno to play something that has some sort of knockout potential. And I should probably also play something with some sort of knockout potential. If I stick with ranged, I think they both can. Bow has knockout, although it's not very good. And I think Bowgun, they have sticky ammo, which can do knockout.
Great.
At this point, we might be planning way too far in advance, but I gotta get it figured out. Because if I don't figure it out, I'm just gonna go back to bow. Which is fine, I guess. I still like bow, but that's a tricky thing with... I think for multiplayer, I'm going to do bow or heavy bowgun are probably gonna be the two I choose from. Solo's a different story. I don't know if I'll stick with Charge Blade. But as far as bow versus bowgun...
Nice shot.
I think it mostly comes down to ammos. Well, bow is gonna have better status. I think. Bowgun has better knockout, but that might not be necessary. And bow is more convenient to fill up. Refill ammos on the fly, I think.
Nice shot.
What are all the weapons? Great sword, dual blade, sword and shield,
Nice, huh?
lance, gun lance, light bowgun, heavy bowgun, bow, hammer, hunting horn, insect glaive, switch axe, charge blade, longsword. How the hell did I not think of longsword until the last one? What the hell? That should have been the first one I thought of. Longsword is very similar to dual blade. I think it's fun, but
Birdie.
I get bored of it quickly.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
I think as far as solo goes, I think the other options I'm considering, other than Charge Blade, are Switch Axe and maybe Insect Glaive. Insect Glaive is actually kind of fun. Took me a while to get into it, but I think I'm still kind of like, I should stick with Charge Blade just because being able to defend is, like, really good. If the monsters start hitting anywhere near as hard as they did in Iceborne, I think having the ability to defend is going to be really good. And I don't know if I want to go with Lance for single player. I think Lance is too slow and steady. Yes and no. Because, like, the first Monster Hunter only had, like, 5 weapons. But they haven't taken any weapons out. Aside from the fact that I think, like, there was an online, which they're all online, so I think that's a stupid way of putting it. There was, like, an MMO Monster Hunter that I think only came out in Japan. And that had, like, I think it had Tonfa, and it had, like, a magnet spike or something it was called, and those aren't in, like, the current games. But as far as the main entries go, they've never taken a weapon out. So they've added more, but they haven't removed any.
Shot.
And they also haven't added a new one in a while. I think Monster Hunter 4 was the last one that they added new weapons to. So, and that was Insect Glaive and Charge Blade. So if you were to go back to 4 or Generations, it's all the same weapons as Rise has. If you were playing it on PC, that's understandable. World was required a pretty powerful computer, for sure. Man. I apologize, I can't get it cleared out tonight. Back up. Rise is good, and it goes on sale for, like... How much did you pick it up for, Riley? Was it, like, 30? I think it just recently went on sale for, like, a pretty low price.
Nice, huh?
Well... I mean, if you were going to continue World, then I'd probably recommend that. I don't think I would personally recommend getting Rise on PC, solely because there's no crossplay. And we all play on Switch. Rise is on Switch and PC. PC only just came out a couple months ago. But like I said, there's no crossplay, which is highly unfortunate. I wish there was, honestly.
Nice shot.
I don't know if I'd recommend pivoting to Greatsword, because that sounds like what Riley is on, like, 100%. He doesn't even sound like he has a backup, where he's like, I don't know if I want to do Greatsword. He's just like, nah, Greatsword. If I were to recommend anybody pivot weapons, I would, like, definitely recommend, like, picking something that no one else is using. If I had to guess, Eno's probably going to go Hunting Horn or maybe Sword and Shield. Just for the knockout potential.
Pin shot.
But again, this all depends on, like, what the new silk binds are.
Nice birdie.
Because they might add a silk bind to something that is a complete game changer and makes me say, like, oh no, I gotta switch to this one. Are you working yet, Blue? Or are you just schooling for now? I didn't work in high school either, so, like... I think I kind of support that. But just curious.
Nice birdie.
Oh, you want to get something for summer? Man, that's something I've considered a lot over the years, of, like, getting seasonal work. I'm always afraid of, like, getting locked in. Because I've known so many people who do it. They pick up a job just as a just for now kind of thing, and then 8 years later, they're still working the same job. Yeah, that makes sense. You do a lot of extracurricular stuff. That is completely valid. And I honestly think that's better, just because of... You have the time to do it right now. Once you hit, like... The one thing I miss about high school, like, almost... Like, probably, like, once a week, I'll be like, damn, I missed this, was having so much time on my hands to just do stuff with. Now time is just, like, a precious commodity. So I would just highly recommend, like, making the most of that time and using that to do stuff like that. You have your whole life to work. Like, focus on, like, learning things, exploring different hobbies to decide, like, what do you want to do with your life? Go back to Toadette. And I guess part of it too is it's a social thing too, I guess. Because a lot of the kids I knew in high school that worked, they never had any time.
Ready?
They were just busy all the time. They also all hated their jobs. All they did was complain about it. But then they'd always try to, like, get you to come work there too, which always... I never understood that. Even at the time, I was like... They'd be like, hey, we're looking for people. Do you want a job? And I was like, you hate your job. Why would I want to work there when all you do all day, every day is complain about your job? People are weird. But yeah, I would recommend doing the extracurricular stuff at your age, for sure. Look at that shot. Unfortunate landing, but could have been worse. But yeah, you have so much time available at that age. I think using it to just experience different things and decide what you might want to... What do you enjoy enough that you might want to pursue it for the rest of your life? I think that's a good idea. Doing stuff like... I know you played tennis for a while there, I don't know if you still do. Just doing stuff like that, being like... Do you want to continue playing tennis? I wouldn't use the word challenge. I think you baited her into taking that shot. But I think back to how artistically productive I was in high school. I was just drawing shit constantly. And now I'm like... It comes in bursts now, where I'll be really productive for a while, and then I'll go a couple months without doing anything. I think it's just because I'm tired from doing other shit. But that was also a unique angle, because for me, drawing was like an escape in high school. When I was in like a boring lecture or something, I would just be like, I would just work on storyboards or character design or something. It was my something else. It was my distraction. Whereas now I look at it more as like a job, more or less, which inevitably means that there's other things distracting me from that, which is just unfortunate. You don't do sports anymore. You wouldn't really be able... Oh, if you were to do sports, you wouldn't be able to do theater? Yeah, and I mean, things come and go, for sure. And who knows, it might come back around. I mean, I say stuff about... I say, like, figure out what you want to do for the rest of your life, but realistically, that can change on, like... And maybe not a daily basis, but it still changes pretty frequently. Like, when I was... How old are you? 16? 15? I was gonna say when I was your age, I wanted to be an animator, but I don't think that was until a little bit later than that. I think I was probably like 16 or 17 when I was like, I'm gonna become an animator, and that was like my life. I dedicated like everything to pursuing that, like learning about it, like storyboarding ideas. And then I think I pursued it for a little bit after high school, and then eventually decided I hate it. Because animation is fucking hard work, especially as one person. It takes like so long to produce even like a little bit of an animation. So eventually I pivoted and started focusing more on just illustration. And then, well, the channel anniversary's in 2013. I think it was, so it had to have been around in 2012 somewhere, where I was like, I'm gonna try and become a content creator on YouTube. And that was unique, because when I was your age, this was not a thing. Like, these platforms didn't exist. The very concept of playing video games for an audience online was not something we could comprehend. Because the functionality just wasn't there. We had the internet and it was in pretty good shape, but there was no way you could move this amount of data back and forth this quickly.
Excellent.
So there was no way I ever would have had the idea of, this is something I want to do, when I was younger. You know what I mean? So sometimes things will come up and you'll just be like, oh, this isn't something I concern, just because, you know, wasn't something I could even comprehend. Now, it is funny, because my mom has told me that when I was, like, much younger, and apparently I always did that, like, when I was sitting there playing Sonic 3 or whatever, that I was always talking about the game. Like, that I always was talking to people about the game. And that was interesting to hear, because I never consciously did that, I guess. It wasn't something I thought about. It was just something that I did, I guess. I just always enjoyed talking about it. And it makes sense in, like, in the later years leading up to YouTube, I guess, because I've told the story before, so some of you are going to remember this, but many years ago, before I moved to Virginia and lived in Pennsylvania, I used to do a thing with friends every Friday, where, like, just end of the week, they'd all come over, we'd get some dinner, and we'd sit around, we'd watch a movie, or we'd sit around and play some video games. So that was, like, kind of an extension of that, I guess, because sometimes I would just be playing a game and we would just be talking about it. So I guess it makes sense that it developed this way. But even then, I very briefly looked into doing the content creation, and then I moved to Virginia, the land of, well, the part of Virginia I lived in was the land of bad internet, limbo. So I couldn't continue with YouTube. So I kind of pivoted back to artwork for a little bit. I had a brief couple of months where I was looking into programming. And I kind of wish I would have pursued that, because I feel like I was getting somewhere with it. But then I just kind of fell out of it. Then when I moved back here, I started looking at... I didn't even immediately start looking at content creation again. I mean, you know, you were there. I was just doing, like, random tests. I got the urge to work on content again, and I, like, live streamed me just setting up the layout and playing some Splatoon, and the next thing I knew, people were watching. And asking, when are you streaming again? So that just kind of accidentally happened. Even streaming itself just kind of accidentally happened. And then art's always been kind of come and go. And then lately, I've actually been kind of thinking about animation again. Which I'm sure I'm gonna hate it if I try to pursue it, but I saw I think I was booting up Adobe for something like a couple weeks ago, and I saw that they had featured like a video series that they made talking about like rigging, basically, within Animate. And if any of I'm going to assume that most of you don't know what the fuck that means, but you might, because you might understand it from a game perspective. The rig is what the model's attached to. They're not necessarily animating the model, they're animating the rig, and then the model is like stuck to the rig. Think of it as the model's skeleton. I didn't know that Adobe Animate had rigging. So that kind of made me go like, ooh, maybe I should try this out again, because that would make things a lot easier in a multitude of ways. So I actually started playing with that a little bit last night, just to kind of get an idea of, like, the workflow, I guess. And now I'm at the crossroads of, I think I already understand enough of it. Now I just have to decide what I want to do. Which is the hard part. I have to be like, this is what I should animate. Which is often the problem with creation, is just deciding what you want to make. Anyway. I'm very far behind on chat. You don't necessarily do the rig first, no. Because you have to know how you're attaching it to the rig. You know what I mean? It's easier to make a rig if you have the visual reference of the character so that you can... Maybe if you were... I've seen some 3D artists do this, where they'll draw the character in 2D, they'll draw, like, the front view and then the profile view, and then they import those into the 3D software and use those as, like a guide for creating the model. If you were to do it that way, I guess you could rig it first. Yeah, and I think that's a delicate thing that I've already acknowledged with animation, and that's why I need to decide what I want to do first, because I think it's going to be a blend. I think if you... It's called tweening, when you kind of, like, cut the character up and then just have the pieces, like, just kind of move around and they kind of look like a marionette. It looks really bad if tweening is the only thing you do, I think. So it's going to have to be a blend of it. Some of it's going to have to be frame by frame. But to really dig into something like that, I'm going to have to decide on something to animate and create a project and be like, okay, this is what I'm doing, to start, like, troubleshooting to that degree. And I certainly have not gotten to that point yet. Anyway. I'm very behind on chat. I'm gonna scan back for a little bit. Getting back in your day vibes right now. It's called nostalgia. You get your license till you were 25. Yeah, I don't have my license. I wish society wasn't structured in a way where driving is, like, almost necessary, because I don't really have a desire to do it. Didn't think it was that far uphill. Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, I guess, so overall my point with that was, like, even though I said, like, spend the time trying to figure out what you want to do with the rest of your life, that might change. You might think you know what you want to do now, and in 5 years something else might pop up where you're like, oh, this is cool. Maybe a good example of that is how I've been so into cooking lately. I don't think I want to pursue that as, like, a career or anything, though. That's definitely, like, a hobby kind of thing.
Nice part.
I still sometimes think about going back to programming and trying to learn more about that. The unfortunate truth now, though, is time. I don't have the time for all that shit. Not without sacrificing something else. And the unfortunatality, that's not a word, of that is that, what are you doing? Of that is that it comes down to, like, what's making money is the sad thing at the end of the day. I have to figure out, especially from the artistic perspective, and I guess from the YouTube creation perspective as well. I think that's not inaccurate. Is I have to figure out how to market myself better, I think.
Nice shot.
And I think if you learn how to market yourself as a creator, it enables you to make money passively. That's one issue with streaming, is I feel like I have to continue streaming to continue making money. If I take a week off, I'm not making any money from streaming. And that's kind of the problem with doing illustration by commission as well, is if I'm taking commissions, I'm making money. But if I take a break from taking commissions, I'm not making any money. I need to, like, find a way to generate that income in that downtime. Which is the appeal of things like video content. I played with the idea of merchandise, because that sort of stuff can just be selling while I'm either doing something else or just taking some time for myself. God, I hope I'm not gonna have issues with this again this summer. This is very uncomfortable. I need to find a way to, like, clear out the phlegm when it won't. Like, when it's this bad. There has to be, like, some sort of way to alleviate it. A little bit to the left. Or right, rather. I think we briefly talked about dog sledding a couple months ago. What do you even have to do to, like, get into something like that? It's an interesting thing. I remember watching somebody a couple months ago while the Olympics were still going, or at least I assume they're over now. I didn't watch any of them this year. That's unfortunate. I usually like watching the Winter Olympics. But they were commenting on the fact of skeleton, I think is what it's called. It's like... Actually, I don't know what the difference between skeleton and luge is. But either way... How do you get started doing something like that? You know what I mean?
Nice shot.
That's a, like, deadly dangerous sport. Where you're rocketing down this course, and it's just you on a little sled. Like, that's a dangerous sport. How do you just get started with something like that? You can't, like, go to the course as like, a 14-year-old and be like, I want to learn how to luge, push me down the course. Like... And I guess dog sledding isn't, like, mushing, I'm guessing is what you're talking about. It's not as dangerous from the same perspective, but it's still like, how do you get into something? How do you pursue something like that? I'm perhaps fortunate in that most of the things I've pursued are, like, creatively fueled, and therefore it's like, I can just Google it. I don't have to, like, be on location. I'm sure there's some sort of, like,
Excellent.
school for it, for lack of a better way of putting it. Where you just have to find the school and just be like, just go there and learn how to do it. Academy might be a better way of putting it.
Birdie.
It's just an interesting thing to think of. Because, like, some sports in particular are very approachable, right? If you want to consider that a sport. Which I would. But others are not very approachable. You have to be in, like, certain weather conditions, and you need certain equipment. It's not like just going to the bowling alley and saying, I'm gonna rent a pair of shoes and go bowling. And that's how you get started. You can't just rent some dogs and go, okay, pull my sled. Like, that's not how it works. I think it's just, it's fascinating to me because of the fact that I think that's the sort of stuff that we as people don't think about very often. The stuff that's, like, not very approachable. It's like, how do you get into something like that? Where do you start? Fuck me, dude.
Nice car.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of parts to it.
Nice car.
And then I think we talked about it, because this was all inspired by Red Lantern, right? There's also, like, what do they do? I guess, do they transport goods is probably what they're doing? Like, I don't think they're moving from point A to point B just for shits and giggles. I'm sure they're, like, they have to get funding for something. So I would assume it's good transportation.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Maybe a level of, like, exploration, perhaps. Oh, that's right. I forgot. God, I remember watching you stream that game. God, now you're giving me the back in the day feels.
Nice on.
Fuck Wiggler, dude. Jerk.
Nice shot.
Beautiful. Maybe shouldn't have super backspun it, but that's okay. Was that just a mobile game, or I don't even know where you played that.
Nice shot.
It's on both. Man, I feel like in a completely transparent moment, I don't know if this is a YouTube problem or if this is a me problem, but, like, I don't watch anybody on YouTube anymore. I watch View. That's about it. I'll usually stop in on Monster Matt's streams, but, like, I mostly stop in because, like, I stop in to show support. I don't really watch because I don't usually have the time to do it. But I like to show support because he does a nice variety of content, and that's something I want to support for sure. I miss the day when I watched, like, I had so many people on YouTube that I was interested in watching that, like, it was hard to pick just one. I feel like so many of us have stopped or fell victim to the we're just going to play the algorithm, and then I unsubbed because I lost interest in what they were playing. Lately, I haven't even been watching anybody live on Twitch. Like, most of my time has been watching, like, VODs on YouTube. I guess I do watch Brad every morning, too. I feel like that's slightly different.
Nice birdie.
I feel like he would agree with this, but, like, he's not trying to be a streamer. He's kind of just... For him, it's just about hanging out with friends, right?
Nice par.
So it, like, feels different. It doesn't feel like I'm watching a stream. I'm not watching content. I'm just kind of... It's just, like, hanging out. But I do watch him, like, pretty much every morning. I'm usually lurking pretty hard, though. But I lurk for everyone's streams, so that's not really that different. But regardless, I feel like 3 years ago, the community was just more active.
Ready? Nice.
I feel like I might be baiting myself a little bit, because I'm in a mindset right now of... It'll get better, because I've heard rumblings about them adding, like, gift memberships and a real rating mechanic and stuff, and I hear stuff like that, and I'm like, this could be a resurgence. Like, this could start to work again. And I hope I'm not getting my hopes up over nothing there.
Nice shot.
I think that's why I kind of dropped Twitch a little bit, because I started hearing that, like, oh, this... I didn't find Twitch to be terribly comfortable. It just didn't feel right, you know what I mean? But then I started to hear stuff like that about, for lack of a better way of putting it, YouTube getting their shit together. Anyway, that's a... To be honest, it's hard to avoid... That's unfortunate. That almost worked. It's hard to avoid being too transparent, because I think... And maybe this is a stigma, but I feel like it's typically frowned upon for streamers to be that transparent about things, but over the past, like, half a year, I've definitely been in this mindset of, like I was saying earlier, I guess I don't know how to market myself. I need to, like, for lack of a better way of putting it, I gotta figure out how to make money. I really enjoy streaming. I enjoy what I do, but there's... With the way YouTube growth has completely stagnated for, like, many people, it's just not paying the bills, which is unfortunate. And honestly, the art stuff's fucking exhausting. Like, I think that's... I think for the most part, I like art being a bursty thing like it is now, where I'll get really into it, and for like a month or two, I'll just be doing stuff like every day, and then I'll take a couple of like 2-3 months where I'll just kind of not work on anything. I think I'm mostly comfortable with that, but like I was saying a little bit ago, when I stop working on stuff, that's when I stop making money, which is...
Nice.
You need money. I have to find a way to make it more passive. And that's maybe what I'm not good at. Also, I have to pee. What hole are we on? We're definitely gonna take a break after this one. It's also tricky because of getting into states where inevitably you gotta try different things to see what will work, right? But it can be easy to be like, well, this isn't working as quickly as I liked, which is maybe what Twitch was. And I'm worried that might be what video content is now, where I'm like, I'm satisfied with it, but I hope that it works. You know what I mean? Hope it does something and makes a difference. What, so that you can get back to streaming yourself? I think the other difficult thing, and again, this is a me thing. I don't think there's a solution for this other than me. Me figuring it out. What I should be doing, especially as I start making more video content, is maybe move to a schedule of, like, streaming 4 nights a week, and then having 2 nights with video uploads, and then 1 night that's just totally off, or some sort of combination. I should maybe stream less. Because then that frees up time that I can put into doing other things. The problem there is that if I try to cut back on streaming, I inevitably start to have that feeling of it's taking me too long to get through things. We went pretty hard on Spirit Tracks and finished that in, like, 2 weeks, right? And it still felt like that took way too long. But unless streams are paying the bills where I can just sit here and just play Spirit Tracks for 8 hours a day until we finish it, I kind of can't justify doing that. I have to do other things too. Which inevitably makes it go slower. Honestly, sometimes wish that I could get to a point where I was making enough money that I could just, like, hire an agent. And just be like, help me figure this out. Figure out scheduling. Figure out where I should be putting my priorities. With content creation in general, that's something that has been very difficult to figure out. Man, hitting that's bad. You hate to see that. Yeah, it was wind and the fact that the meter hit in the red going with the wind, so it just really carried you out there. I haven't even been making time to exercise lately, because I just don't have the time. With everything else I'm trying to juggle. And I need to start exercising more. That's part of why I think I definitely want to get Switch Sports when it comes out. Because I don't think that's exercise per se, but it'll at least get me off of my ass and, like, moving around a little bit more. And maybe I can then pivot that into, hey, let's start playing Ring Fit again. Which is, like, actual exercise. Oh, I did not hit that hard enough. Damn. Undercompensated. Way too much. Yeah, and this is something I've been thinking about a bit lately. I think for a while there, for years, my primary goal with all sorts of content creation was consistency. That was where I put all of my focus. Have content come out like once a week, twice a week, at a steady pace. You don't want to have I used to have a bad habit with art in particular, that I would upload everything I had, like, as I was finishing it, and then when I fell into that rut of, like, 3 months of not doing any work, there'd be no uploads. So I started spacing things out, and that just worked better, I thought. But I think I reached a point with that consistency. I actually worry that I might be too consistent on YouTube. And that may be... I guess I'd be curious to talk to, like, Twain about this. Maybe View, and see how they feel about this. But I worry that I'm so consistent on YouTube that I don't give the platform long enough to want more. Does that make sense? I think overall the algorithm favors consistency, but I think once you hit a certain point with that consistency, it kind of stops caring. Because at that point, it feels to them like you're doing too much, maybe? Which is another thing why I was like, I should probably stream less time a week, maybe. But that was something with the video scheduling for sure that I've been thinking about a lot, where I was like, how because again, I went on a burst of a couple nights there where I shot like 9 episodes of different things. You guys have seen 2 of those already. And at first I was like, I'll just schedule one for every night off. So at the time I was like, that was last Saturday when Metroid Dread went up. Sunday, I wound up taking off, like, unplanned. I was supposed to be off Tuesday, Wednesday, so I was like, well, I'll put Kirby up on Tuesday, I'll put Crit Rate up on Wednesday, I'll put First 30 on Saturday, and then the next Wednesday. But then, as I was looking at scheduling it that way, I was like, I'm gonna be out of content in, like, 2 weeks. So then I started looking at it as, what if I do First 30 once a week, on Saturdays, and then Wednesday will just be an assorted, if I have extra content that isn't like a planned upload, we'll put it up on Wednesdays. And then if I don't have anything extra, I just won't have anything on that day. And once I started looking at it like that, I was like, well, then that amount of content will last me until the end of May. Which means if I don't record more content in that time, it's not a big deal. Now, the potential issue with that, and something I don't like about that, is, like, let's take... We were talking earlier about how I'm going to do the Miitopia demo for one of the episodes of the First 30. If I record that this weekend, I don't think that's going to air until, like, the first week of June. So that means for a month and a half, that's just going to be cooking. And I'm going to be like, I can't wait for people to watch this. But, like, due to the scheduling, it's just going to take forever to come out, which kind of sucks. Because it might be something where I'm like, I want to talk about this. But I kind of can't because people haven't watched it yet. So that's kind of unfortunate. Alright, I tied, so I don't gain anybody and I don't lose anybody, so I'll probably just use Toadette again after this. But as I said, I need a bathroom break. I gotta pee. So I will be back in a couple minutes. And then we will head off for some more golf. If you guys are still down. I'm down as long as you guys are down. So if you guys also need a break, it's a good opportunity to do so. Otherwise, stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we will continue. You guys ready? Also, Riley. Look what I got. Delicious, what? Like, the delightful nectar. I gotta try to get some more spark at some point. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know, it's only 12:30. Well, Blue, you said you can't stay super late tonight anyway, right? What are you thinking in terms of, like, when are you planning on calling it quits? Put my phone down here. Just in case. I made a call while I was up and they didn't answer, so I want to keep that available in case it lights up so I can actually notice it. Alright, let's make sure that Blue is back. Just asked her something and she didn't say anything, so she's probably away. Which is fine. Don't get me wrong. Just observing more than anything. I think the big thing I should probably do... You are there, okay. I should probably set nights aside to do Twitch streams. But honestly, I didn't really like splitting attention between the two. I'm almost thinking that I think Twitch might be exclusively speedruns and/or,
Luigi.
I mean, stuff like Deep Rock is probably gonna get moved over there. And if there's, like, a lull on YouTube where I just don't know what to play, then I'll probably just put stuff over on Twitch instead. What did I ask? Oh, you said you can't stay up super late. When are you planning on calling it quits? Like, how much time do you have in you, do you think?
Ready?
2 more games? That sounds good to me. Yeah, just trying to decide, like, get an idea of, like, when do I want to call it quits tonight. And I'll probably just do it as soon as you're done. Assuming JMT doesn't have to go before that. If we drop the 2 players, that's probably when I'll be like, okay, that's enough. Another something that I should really do, and this is something I've been thinking about for a long time, but I don't have the willpower to do it and get it done, is I should start streaming earlier. I should start waking up earlier, and the streams should start at 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. I think gradually moving later and later has only been hurting me as a channel. Because I don't think YouTube viewers look for overnight content for the most part. So I should really start getting up earlier and streaming earlier. But it's hard. It's so difficult to, like, get myself out of bed earlier. It's tough to even get myself... If I could get away with it, I'd probably delay streams till 10 o'clock, to be honest. Because lately, especially, it's been hard to get out of bed. But I know that if I push streams any later, that it's not gonna work out for me, I don't think. This is a powerful wind, by the way. a twist on the old saying, I think it's stream smarter, not harder. And for the most part, that's usually my answer, is just to stream harder. Just be like, I'll just stream more forehead. But, I think I need to get back to a point. Didn't I used to start streaming at like 7 o'clock or something? Wasn't that a thing for a while? I should definitely push it back to 8 o'clock.
Nice shot.
The tricky thing for you, too, is like... how to put this? You're like a supporter. So like you don't necessarily want to stream when there are people streaming that you enjoy watching and supporting, because that would be like counterproductive. Not necessarily taking something away from them, but like I had that same issue where I'll be like, I could be watching so and so right now instead of streaming. It got easier for me over the past, like, 2 years, because... for just various reasons. What the hell was this shot? Well, it's not in the water. Oh, it just overturned? Yeah, it happens. Honestly, unless you're, like, really eager for a game to play right now, I'd probably say to wait for it to go on sale, because it does go on sale pretty frequently. Yeah, and working around, yeah, work is the thing, too. I honestly don't know how people do that. Because, like, I'm very fortunate that with both this and with, like, doing illustration by commission... are both I set my own hours. So if I need to just take an extra day off, I just take an extra day off. If I need to start late, I start late, etc. I don't know how anybody could juggle this with, like, a 9 to 5, 5-day-a-week job. I don't think I'd have the energy, like, at all. Because inevitably, streaming would be what would get sacrificed if I felt like I needed, like, if I just need an extra night to rest or something. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Unless that day job I worked was a job I, like, really liked. And then I'd probably be able to pull it off. But if it was something I was working just to pay the bills, I don't think I'd be able to do it. Even just with stream scheduling. Because now I keep thinking, like, so many people are showing interest in Monster Hunter. I'm like, damn, I should stream more Monster Hunter. But it's like, if I do that, then I don't have time for other things. And I think a lot of it is just unhealthy sleep schedule, to be honest. If I could get myself out of bed, like, easier... and with enough time to get ready, I could probably stream every night and be able to pull it off. But the fact that 98% of the time, I have to pull myself out of bed and, like, rush to shower in 15 minutes to get ready to stream, makes it, like, quite hard to keep up with it. And that's why I'm often like, nah, I just need a night off, because I want to sleep in. Camp in 2 weeks, so the last weekend of April. Yes. Yeah, that would be a golf night. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Might just do something else. That's... The day before that is when Bug Snacks is hitting Switch. So if I wind up picking that up, then maybe I'll just do more of that on Friday. And we'll just skip golf that week. Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. See, I don't think I need to, like, shift my schedule around entirely. I just need to wake up, like, 2 hours earlier. I need to, like, reset my internal clock and just wake up earlier. And honestly, I don't even really need to go to sleep earlier. I just have to have better willpower. Because I think on average I get, like, 9 hours of sleep a night, which is too much, honestly. That's more than I need.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Let's see, I think I went to sleep around 11:30 today. And my alarm goes off at 8. So that was about 8.5 hours. This is a lower sleep night. It was just I stayed up too late. Something I should really think about doing, I had this idea a while ago and then I backed down. And I should still do it because I think it would help. I think part of the problem is, I have room darkening curtains to keep it dark during the day. And they work. But when I wake up, it's already getting dark out, which just makes it more difficult to wake up. I think what I should do is get, like, timers, and then have my lights turn on at a certain... Instead of using my alarm, because the alarm's too easy to just shut off and go back to sleep. Or just lay there and not do anything for a while. I think if I had that... If I had light waking me up, it would be harder for me to stay in bed. Because at that point, you gotta get up and cross the room to hit the light switch to turn it off. And at that point, you're basically up. Another thing I should do, and I've acknowledged this multiple times and just don't have the willpower to do it, is stop taking my goddamn phone to bed. Because I take my phone to bed, and then I just lay there for like 45 minutes to an hour just looking at shit on my phone. And then I wake up, and I sit there for 45 minutes to an hour looking at shit on my phone, instead of just getting my ass up or getting my ass to sleep. That would probably also help.
Nice shot.
I think that's also the weekend that Switch Sports comes out. I don't think I'm going to stream any of that. But if we have the spare time, like, I think we'll probably just skip golf that weekend. Which is totally fine. I don't have a problem with that. Could also just put another Mario Kart stream in too, realistically. Oh, so I didn't talk about this earlier, and I should have, because now there's less people here to hear it. But when I was talking about the video content and everything, we are going to pivot Mario Kart to, instead of playing in the worldwide lobbies, we're going to play in tournaments. I already set up the tournament. You only need the code to join. So, it was pretty obvious to me that we were going to have to pivot off of the public lobbies, because as the higher our ratings get, the better chance we have of seeing 200cc, and it was getting a little too common. So I already knew we were going to have to pivot to private lobbies or to tournaments. Private lobbies are nice because all you got to do is be on my friends list. It also has the upside and downside of the fact that you can pick any course. Instead of being given a selection of 3 courses to pick from, you can pick any course. This mostly sounds good until you realize that I'm a streamer and we're going to inevitably attract people who are going to be like, "Lel, I'm just going to pick the same course over and over and over again." So I don't think private lobbies are the way. Tournaments still give you the selection of 3 courses. You need a code to enter, but I found out that if you have the tournament set to be recurring, you only need to enter the code once, and then you can always see it. So I think we're going to pivot to that. And where I'm going with this is that the tournament is open every night during the stream. So I kind of want to... I should take my shot, is what I should fucking do. Hold on, give me a moment. I kind of want to encourage people to play Mario Kart with each other while they're watching the stream, more or less, because it will be there. It's currently open. Now, the issue is you kind of can't play it alone. So, like, if Riley wanted to go play it now, someone else would have to be playing. It does fill in with CPU, but you still can't play it alone. But we're probably going to start playing on that on Mario Kart nights. And like I said, it's going to be open every night. As long as chat doesn't, like, turn into... we're just talking about Mario Kart. As long as they're still, like, watching the stream. I like the idea of, like, that's something you guys can do while you're watching the stream. I probably won't start giving the code out until next week. Like, when we're playing, that's when I'll give everybody the code. I did make a command for it, but...
Nice song.
Why did that go so high? What a shot. Oh, were you on a slope? I don't think I noticed.
Birdie.
I won't hold that one against him. He was really far away. Except, now he's in my way, so you're a fucking asshole. Nice.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
So anyway, I'll think about it.
Nice birdie.
Next week, next Friday will be Mario Kart. That will also be our 1000th stream. So then the week after that will either be more Mario Kart, or if I do get Bug Snacks, I'll just keep playing that. Or maybe I'll do a Switch Sports stream. I don't think I'm gonna stream that though. For like obvious reasons, right? Like, let's go ahead and run a test right now, and I'll show you how impractical this would be. I have to, I guess, move my chair over here. Because I'd have to be, like, standing here to bowl, right? I'd have to move the camera, or just turn the camera off. I'm further away from the microphone, so it's... the audio quality's probably not as good. So I probably just won't stream any of that. Unless a lot of people pick it up. And I have, like, half a dozen of you all being like, hey, we should do a bowling night. And then maybe I'll think about it. But I think I'd have to see the demand that people want to see it before... I think it'll just be an off-stream game for me. If I get it. I might still talk myself out of it. I should, though, because I need to be more active. And as previously mentioned with having trouble getting out of bed, I lack willpower. So, a lot of people would probably just, like, just get off your ass and be active, forehead. It's like, it's hard. I got this exercise bike, and, like, that was working well for a while, but I have this... My mind wanders when I'm on the exercise bike. And I'll just be thinking of all this other shit I could be doing instead of that. And I'll do that for what feels like an hour, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm done biking now, right? I have all these other things that I'm, like, revved up and ready to do. And then I'll look at the clock and be like, what do you mean I've only been biking for 7 minutes? It's like, every time. It just doesn't work very well. So I think I need something like that to, like, push me forward and make me look forward to it. You know what I mean? I should try to get back into playing Ring Fit, because I remember having a lot of fun playing Ring Fit, but I think it was just unfortunate. This is the time that's coming up now. I think I hit last summer, once it started getting really hot, and then I was like, I can't do this, because I would just be drenched in sweat by the time I was done. And I was like, I can't do this like this, and then I just never picked it back up. Nose itchy. Ring Fit was another one that I was like, yeah, I'm not streaming that. There's another one I thought about, like, oh, should I make video content out of that? But, like, I feel like anyone who would want to watch something like Ring Fit or Switch Sports, you'd expect to see... You'd expect the camera to be on, to be able to see the person doing the things, right? And if you're gonna have that turned off, then what's the point? Oh, I'm surprised it didn't hit it. Anyway. Overall, what I'm getting at is that content creation's frustrating. It's hard to decide what to really put your effort into. And I've mentioned this before, that, like, that's why sometimes I'll ask you guys, like, hey, here's, like, 4 options, what do you want to see? And a lot of times, some of you will just be kind of like, they all sound good to me. And realistically, I think all content creators appreciate the fuck out of that. Because it means that we can really do what we want to do and not have to worry about pandering to an audience, which is fantastic. But sometimes I can't make up my own goddamn mind, and I really want to know what you guys want to see. Within reason. And I think that's part of the fun of, like, even doing it. Well, just content creation in general, I think part of what I like about that is involving viewers. I was gonna say fans. I don't really like that term. I don't think I'm a big enough streamer to call you guys fans. But maybe that's needlessly self-deprecating. But, ah, fuck. I should have curved it upwards. I thought I'd clear that with ease. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I think that's part of the fun, is involving you guys in some ways. And it's significantly harder to do. I think there's a reason why there are a lot of streamers on YouTube in particular who just fall back on, like, Splatoon, Mario Kart, Smash. Because when it's multiplayer, it's a hell of a lot easier to involve viewers. It's significantly easier to involve viewers. For better or worse.
Nice shot.
Fix my fucked up shot. Yeah, it'll do. I'm happy with that.
Chippin'.
Night chippin'. I think my big thing at the moment right now, and I really want to avoid coming off as, like, beggy, I guess. But I really hope people watch the video content, and I hope they enjoy it. Video content is something I probably should have started doing again a long time ago. So now that I'm finally doing it, I'm like, I don't necessarily need it to pop. I don't need to suddenly, like, wake up one day and my latest video has 300,000 views or anything like that. Like, but I hope people watch them and enjoy them. Find them compelling.
Nice par. Nice par.
Especially the first 30, because realistically, with how many games I have on Steam and Game Pass alone, I could probably make hundreds of episodes of that series. And I think I'm down to do it, as long as people are interested. The only potential downside is, like, every game I play that I really like, I then have to find time to continue playing it. And I think out of the 5 I played already, one of them, for sure, I'm going to try to make time to play. I'm actually forgetting what one of them is, so it must not have been very compelling. I can only remember 4 of them. Oh, no, the 5th one, I have continued playing that off-stream. I wouldn't stream that, I don't think. But it's a fun me-time kind of game, I think. But yeah, if I make too many of the episodes too quickly, I'm just gonna find myself with a list a dozen games long of I want to play these games on stream, and oh, I don't have time for that. So that is one reason why that series in particular is a little dangerous, risky.
Nice shot.
I think out of the first 5 I did, there's one that I would absolutely love to do on stream, I think. I guess that's the hype I can build, because it's the first episode. So that's the one that's going to be airing tomorrow. I won't say what it is, but I'll say that, like, we'll probably continue playing it on stream at some point. I don't know when. I was thinking we were going to do it after Return to Dreamland, but then Bugsnax got announced, and I'm, like, seriously considering picking that up. So it might not be till after that?
Nice shot.
It is a game on Game Pass, so I'm gonna have to wait till I pick Game Pass back up, which won't be until Deep Rock hits. But we'll... Anyway, we'll probably... I'm gonna find a slot for it. Let's put it that way.
Nice shot. Nice on.
And that's another thing, like, I'm currently planning on all of the videos having premieres at the same time a stream would be on off nights. So Wednesdays and Saturdays for the most part. But they're always going to be there after the fact, too. I think the only videos that I would not do a premiere for is if it's, like, 15 minutes or less. If it's that short of a video, I probably wouldn't do a premiere for it.
Nice on.
Hell, I question if 30 minutes is too short for a premiere. But I guess that's like a lot of like directs are like about 30 minutes long, right? So that's not bad. I think that's fine. Which reminds me, I have to make thumbnails for both of these series. I didn't think of that until today. I was like, oh shit, I don't have thumbnails for these uploads. Gotta figure that out.
Birdie. Birdie.
Oh, I think I was in my zoning state where I'm totally not paying attention to the gameplay. That's maybe the downside with playing golf. Like, I still enjoy doing this. But it's, like, hard to deny that I'll definitely hit a point in the night where I'm not commenting on the gameplay, like, at all.
Nice birdie.
And I'm sure it would be more interesting if I was. But I don't really have anything to comment on.
Nice
Yeah.
par. Bogey.
I even get numb to the CPU's bullshit eventually.
Nice par.
But maybe that's further evidence of why I should maybe make these streams a little bit shorter. And not push for 6 hours.
Ready?
That could have stood to have been further to the right. Maybe that run helped. Harry, which one is it? I'll never remember. I also want to point out, some of you may have noticed this already, but probably not. I did start updating the schedule tab on Discord again. For a couple of weeks now, if not a couple of months, I've been keeping a schedule up on my whiteboard anyway. So I decided to just, especially with the introduction of video content, I figured it would be smart to put the schedule back up. Because then you could not only see what streams are coming up again, you can see when video content's going to air again, you can see what video content has aired that you can go back and watch, etc. So I did start updating that again, if anyone was, like, frequently checking that. I have a feeling most people weren't, but
Nice shot. Nice on.
what's up with the 28th? What's the 28th? I was not thinking about that shot at all. This is not gonna go well. Yep, that's horrible. Oh, that's Bug Snacks. Because I'm not totally sure if I'm gonna get it yet, and whenever I'm planning a new playthrough, I don't like to just put on the schedule, here's what we're playing. I like to be fucking cryptic and tease and try and make people go, ooh, I wonder what that is. And again, I think maybe 2 people care. So it's maybe not something I should be pushing, I should be doing as frequently, but yeah, that's the day Bug Snacks comes out. So I just Not totally sure if I'm gonna get it yet or not. I think it makes sense. Just at the time it comes out, it's very... I'm going to be looking for something to play on stream anyway, so I think it's a good idea. But as with everything, one, I have the hesitance of spending money. Because I'm like, I have other games that I already own that I could be playing instead. And two, the hesitance of are people gonna watch it? That was the green is wet, but it doesn't look wet, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess I could probably just fill that out as... I'll probably put, like, Bug Snacks question mark, because I'm just not sure if that's what we're gonna do. Do I have a big, I guess I need to put a warning back in that says, like... all content subject to change, or whatever. Because at the moment, I don't know how long how long Return to Dreamland is gonna take. I think 4 episodes will be pretty clean. So then we'll have... potentially Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday. I don't know how that week is gonna work just yet. It's very up in the air. Give me a new character. What do I got? I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'll wait till we get to the character screen. And I'll just go with Toadette again if needed. Although she might be Superstar by now, come to think of it. Because I've used her, like, 2 or 3 times? Oh, I just got Boo. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. I guess I could just play as somebody random that, like, I already have the clubs for, but I kind of don't want to. I kind of want to keep pushing forward on progress, but Toadette's the only one I have that doesn't have Superstar clubs, and she probably has them by now. I guess I'll do one more just to be safe. Bowser? Well, I didn't mean to actually press A. Yeah, let's just do Bowser. Let's just keep it moving. We're having fun. Everything's fine. Okay, bring this back up, bring this back up, bring this up. What's going on over here? Okay, so here's the thing with next week. Next weekend, I'm actually going to have the place to myself, so I was planning on going pretty nuts on streaming, especially because Friday is the 1000th stream. That's way too hard. What have I done? So I was planning on... So tomorrow I'm going to be off. First episode of the first third, that is... just pitiful. First episode of the first 30 on Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Kirby. Wednesday off. First episode of Crit Rate. Thursday will be more Kirby if needed. Friday will be Mario Kart for Stream 1000. I was gonna stream on Saturday, because again, I'm gonna have the place to myself, so I was like, I might as well, right? Especially because this past week was very low on streams. I think we only streamed 3 times this week. So I kind of wanted to, like, make it up, I guess. But that does throw a bit of a wrench into things, because if I stream on Saturday, the next episode of the first 30 will be on Sunday. Monday, Tuesday will be question marks. Wednesday, I don't technically have off, because I'm doing a race night with Twain. And then if I also stream Thursday, Friday, that's going to be 5 streams in a row. So I'm actually thinking I'll take Saturday off. But that might not work, because I don't know when I'm going to potentially go to the theater to see Sonic 2. I guess maybe I just can't plan this far ahead yet, is maybe the reality of the situation. As much as I'd like to, I don't think I can.
Nice shot.
Just too many questions at the moment. I'm going to at least change Sunday to question marks, because I'm just not sure. Again, I don't know how long Kirby's going to take either. I feel like 4 streams will be enough, but I don't know.
Nice shot.
Dun, 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 dun. Maybe I'll try to figure that out after the stream.
Nice on.
I kind of like having Saturday off and then stream Sunday, Monday, and then I could take Tuesday off. And then got races on Wednesday. Bug Snacks Thursday, Friday? Or Thursday and then Mario Kart on Friday? And then Saturday off? I feel like that pacing is pretty good, but it's gonna come down to when the movie's gonna work out. I think the most stressful thing about like streaming, or just, yeah, probably just streaming. I was gonna say content creation in general, but I think it's more of a streaming thing. It's just like trying to, like, you have no idea how much we think about stuff like scheduling.
Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie. Ready?
It's kind of funny because, like, I watch a streamer slash creator that's a pretty I guess I should just call him by name, because a lot of people have probably heard of him. Northern Lion, I watch a lot of his content. And he talks a lot about how low-key he thinks streaming is, like, one of the easiest jobs. And for the most part, I agree with him. If you were to compare it to, like, most other things, it's pretty easy. But it is also harder than you'd expect, for sure. It's like a weird balance. Because you'd think it would be as easy as just sitting here and playing video games. And for the most part it is. It's the behind-the-scenes stuff that's, like, a lot of thought and a lot of work. Like, scheduling, deciding what to do, scanning through analytics to figure out what works and what doesn't. Scheduling collabs with other streamers when that is potentially a thing. He does a lot of them, so I'm sure that takes a lot of work. But the act of actually sitting here playing video games is, like, pretty fucking easy. It's not physical labor by any stretch of the imagination.
Nice, huh?
But apparently there's a lot of, like, bigger streamers who try to act like it's really hard work, and it's like... And he's recently... And recently, I mean, like, the last year and a half, like, just became a father. So he compares it to that all the time. He's like, being a father's way harder than streaming. I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about. And it's like, yeah, that's fair. Like, there's definitely harder jobs, but it also does have a lot more going into it than I think the average person realizes. I think that's why a lot of viewers are just so, like, disrespectful, because they don't understand, like, what all goes into it and how hard it can be. I guess I shouldn't say the average viewer, because I feel like that average is different these days.
Nice, huh?
2 years ago, I would say that that was accurate, that the average viewer was just kind of like... Exclamation point ad, play my level. Like, that was the average viewer, but...
Nice.
That's, like, not the case anymore. Oh, man.
Birdie.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Dude. Fuck this green. I'll just say it for you.
Birdie.
On the other hand, now's my chance to pull it back. Chance squandered. You hate to see it. You didn't even try.
Nice par.
It's probably also worth pointing out, since I am using that schedule channel again, that I'll probably stop announcing. I used to try and leave a message in game sharing to be like, hey, this is when we're gonna be playing golf, guys, by the way. I'm probably gonna stop doing that and just put it in the schedule channel so you guys can check there when it's gonna be. Or we'll just talk about it on stream. I think I mostly say that for Blue's sake, because I think for the most part, that's how you keep up with it, is through Discord.
Ready?
Whereas Theo I usually see throughout the week, so I can tell him at another point.
Nice shot.
What a shot.
Great.
And I think we've fallen into a little bit of a groove here anyway, where Fridays are just our multiplayer nights. And I think those of you that play golf are typically down for kart as well, so it kind of doesn't matter. Like, as long as you think, oh, it's Friday, it's multiplayer night, then chances are there will be something going on. And for the most part, they alternate, but like I said, we'll probably, if Blue can't make it in 2 weeks, we'll probably just make that an extra Mario Kart night. Or maybe I'll just keep playing. Well, if I decide to get Bug Snacks on Thursday, and if I really like it, then we'll just keep playing it. Is what that will come down to, I think. Also, very ballsy move there, Blue. I'd say I'm maybe a little bit respecting it. We'll see how the rest of the hole goes. JMT going for the same play. You're in a slightly better situation than Blue is, though. Blue's like right underneath the drawbridge, so that's what makes me say I don't know if I respect it.
Nice shot.
I was gonna say you might be okay, but you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think you're in a good spot. Oh no. Oh, well, I mean, you got out, so it's fine. But still. Now, this isn't as good of a shot as I thought it was. This could be rough. I hate to see it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, no. Whew. I should really try and do that one-on-one putt challenge after the stream then. Because, like, I got pretty close. I should try to knock that out while I, like, have some of those holes already troubleshot. And I won't... If I wait too long, I'm gonna have to figure the holes back out. And that's not great. So I should try and do that after the stream. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh. To be fair, this is a tough course. We don't play on it very often, so... Maybe we'll stop after this one. Maybe. I don't know. This is like a nice stopping point because it's like we went through every course from the vanilla game before it got updates. That'll put us about 5 hours, I think. If you both really want to do another one, I'd probably be down though. I'll probably leave it up to you guys. And by that I mean Blue, probably, because I think JMT said you're in it for the long haul. Hi, Scarlet. Yeah, he's been making a fool of himself all night. I think he almost beat me, like, a couple of rounds ago, but then he, like, lost it all at the end.
Nice.
How are you, though? Did you start Stranger of Paradise yet? I'm very eager to hear what you have to say about it. I feel like we've been hanging out a lot lately because I've been watching Twain's playthrough of Final Fantasy 1, and you were there for so much of that. So I get to enjoy some Scarlet commentary without actually being in your presence. Which is still, like, inferior, but it's, you know, it's something. Oh my god. There's nothing there's nothing more insulting than being the furthest one from the hole, taking your shot, and still being the furthest one from the hole. Because the game's just like immediately, do you want to try that again? Like, shut the fuck up. Yes. Shut the fuck up. Did I see the nunchuck incident? It vaguely rings a bell. When I say I've been watching it, I mean I've had it, like, running in the background while I'm doing other things. That does vaguely ring a bell, but I don't remember any bits about it. I'll probably finish it tonight. I'm on the last episode, and I think I have, like, 3 hours left. So I'll probably watch the rest of it tonight.
Nice part.
I'm past the part where...
Nice part.
God, what did he say? At one point, Twain said he uses oppressed people a lot in his videos. Which was like the first in a slippery slope of unfortunate out-of-context sayings. He said something else about, like, executing the insane or something? I don't know what the context to that one was. I'm sure it was something in the game. And then later he found that village that's, like, all women, and he said something about, like, how are you still alive? You're all women? And it just keeps piling on. So shortly after that. That's the last part I remember. And his rage at the NPCs constantly moving in his way, which is really funny. Mostly because I've watched speedruns of the game before, so I already knew that that was a potential problem. I'm looking forward to him checking out Final Fantasy II. I don't know what he's planning on starting that, but I'm looking forward to it. I wish he streamed, like, believe it or not, a little bit earlier, because he usually starts streaming right as I'm about to go to sleep. And I always have to resist stopping in, because I know that if I sit down to watch even, like, 15 minutes, the next thing I know, an hour will have passed, and I should have gone to sleep a long time ago. If he streamed even, like, an hour earlier, I could probably, like, catch a little bit of the stream before I go to sleep. I pretty frequently will be climbing into bed and look at my phone and see a notification that he went live. I don't like that. That sucks. But if it was any earlier, it would probably be agony for him, so it's fair. Stop. Thank you.
Nice on.
Next week. It's been a while since I've played Final Fantasy II as well, but I actually remember liking it. On the other hand,
Nice on.
he said he hasn't played it since he was, like, basically in high school, I think. And he doesn't remember liking it, so...
Nice shot.
And lurking has been pretty nice because I don't really remember any of the events. So if I were to pick up all 6 of the games and with the plan of playing them myself, I don't think I'm like, oh yeah, I remember what to do because I watched Twain do this. Like, I think I'm only picking up bits and pieces.
Nice on. Birdie.
That's something that's just real nice about lurking, I think, because you can potentially watch something that you've got to be fucking kidding. You can potentially watch something you want to play yourself, because you're not paying full attention. As long as it's not too story-driven, because then you might wind up picking up, like, dialogue that gives away major events. But also, I've played basically all of the game. I don't... Scarlett's not gonna like this take, but you know what, fucking deal with it. I don't think the first 6 Final Fantasy games have that good of stories that I have to worry about spoilers. I think for the most part in those games, when things happen, I'm gonna be like, yeah, that makes sense. That's what I expected to have happen. I think the exception to that being Final Fantasy VI, but I've played Final Fantasy VI. So, I also don't have to worry about spoilers. The only one I haven't played was 5, and I just have a feeling that 5's plot isn't going to be anything that impressive. Maybe it will be. Maybe it'll blow me away, but I don't expect it to be, like, holy shit, she died? Like, it's not going to have any moments like that, you know? It's just going to be like, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't know, Final Fantasy IV had moments where I was like, what the fuck? We're going to the moon? Get the fuck out of here. It's just so, it could happen, I guess.
Ready?
My point is, it's not like Final Fantasy VII, 8, 9. Probably the ones beyond that, too, where if you were to watch somebody play it, you're gonna have, like, major plot events spoiled. I've played 3.
Nice shot.
5's the only one I haven't played. I really liked 3 as well, if that's what you mean by what about 3. A couple of years ago, when I lived in no internet limbo, one of the things I cooked up for myself to do to, like, kill time so that I wouldn't go insane was, hey, I should finally play every single Final Fantasy game. So I played in order. So I played Final Fantasy 1 and 2, which were both the Game Boy Advance versions. Enjoyed them both. I played 3, which was the DS version. Loved it. I played 4, which was also the DS version. Fuck that game. That was, like, what broke me, and I was like, I guess I'm not finishing this marathon. And I did make it all the way to the end of the game, and I was like, no, fuck this game. I think out of the 6 in the Pixel remaster, that's the one I have zero interest of playing. Like, I would almost guarantee that if I stream the Pixel remasters, I probably will not play 4. If you're hoping to see me play 4, you should probably just get over that hope now, because it's probably not going to happen.
Nice shot.
Which is sad, because there are some things about 4 I really like. I think some of the characters are really cool. I like how they kind of figured out that we want to have more than 4 characters, but they didn't quite figure out how to make, like, a system that would allow you to, like, swap your party members in and out. So instead they were like, well, what if we just have them swap in and out because of the storyline? which was pretty clever, I think. But holy shit. I guess I want to say the boss design is where I was like, this game is garbage.
Nice shot.
That, and it was very punishing as far as, like... They had this really weird habit of, like, every dungeon would have a save point, but it wasn't before the boss. It was always, like, halfway through the dungeon. So if you ever died on the boss, which was very easy to do because they were very badly designed, you have to go back to the halfway point of the dungeon and do it all over again. It's garbage. Fuck that game. So as a result, I never got to 5. Or 6, or 7, or 8, or 9. I wanted to go through all of them, but...
Nice.
4 broke me. And as a result, 5 is one of the only ones that I still have not played at all. 12 would have been the other one that I never played. Which is, like, kind of a lie. I played it once and played it for, like, 5 hours and liked it. But it was, like, I was borrowing it from a friend, so I wasn't able to put in more time than that. But I don't count that as playing it. 5 hours in a JRPG is fucking nothing. You're, like, barely experiencing the game. I'm in the rough, right? Or not the rough, but the fringe. I think we want to do one of these. Something I like about those earlier Final Fantasies too is they're not as long as the PlayStation ones are. Like, as soon as you get to 7, the game just, like, they just start being longer. And, like, Final Fantasy 1, like, even, like, not really knowing where he was going, it only took Twain, like, 20-ish hours, maybe? I think it was less than that. And that is part of why I liked 3 so much, was the jobs. Especially combined with the what the fuck. Thanks, Wiggler. I'm sure that made Blue feel better when you intentionally missed the hole, asshole. Combined with the fact of, like, the character customization in 3, and by that I just mean that you can name the characters, which was... It's fun, because you can just be like, hey, I'm just gonna make them my friends, and then you can report into your friends and be like, you're a Viking now, and, like, I don't know, I liked the simplicity of that. If I get the Pixel remasters and play them on stream, are we gonna do that for, like, Final Fantasy 1 and 3? Probably. We'll just pick. I'll pick viewers based on, like, their watch time or something. But the clause of, like, I'll only pick you once. Like, so you can't be in 1 and 3. Probably not for 5, because they have more character to them in 5, don't they? They're not, like, blank slates like they are in 1 and 3. Now, in 3, in the DS version, they tried to give them a little bit more character. I don't think that was in the original version, though. As a result, I doubt it would be in the Pixel Remaster. Man, I'd be, like, all hyped up to get all 6 of the Pixel Remasters and play those, but... That's a big undertaking. That's gonna be a lot of streams. And I'm a little hesitant about, like, committing to that long of a playthrough is very difficult to do. And maybe this is because... maybe I'm just looking at how Bravely Default went too much, but I feel like if you're spending that long on a playthrough and viewers aren't digging it, you're kind of just neutering your channel by sticking with it for that long. Now, with it being those games, it might be fine, but that was something that I liked about Spirit Tracks and Return to Dreamland, is I was like, they'll be short. They won't be fucking 20 episodes long. That was something that put me off about Pokemon Legends, is I could probably push that up to like a 16-episode series, but is it gonna be worth it?
Nice shot.
I should still go back to it and finish it, though, because that's gonna haunt me forever if I don't. Especially if I continue to look at it as I didn't finish it because it didn't perform well on stream. That's just a very negative way to look back at it. And I know this because, like, semi-spoiler alert, when I did 2021 in review, which again will be airing on Wednesday, there was a couple games on there that I was like, I liked this game, but it didn't perform well on stream, and that, like, kind of hindered... That affected how I felt about the game. I don't remember what they were, but I remember having that conversation with myself. I think I really pissed Scarlet off with my hot take there.
Nice shot.
She was like immediately like, wow, first time I've been here all week and this is how he greets me?
Great.
By insulting Final Fantasy? You know what, that's fair.
Great.
I did backpedal, though, and say that 6 wasn't as guilty of it, at least. I know from watching Twain's Final Fantasy 1 playthrough that you have a soft spot for 6. And what was it? Like, if you let Shadow die, you don't deserve to experience that game? Was that what it was? I vaguely recall that. That's probably too hard, but off we go. I wouldn't say I walked it back a lot, I just said that it doesn't really affect 6 as much as it does the other games.
Nice.
Like, even playing 4 blind all those years ago, I remember, not all those years ago, it was like 6 years ago, I remember not being terribly surprised by the events of that game. I was just kind of like, yeah, that makes sense. That seems like the natural progression for this. Except for going to the moon. That was a little... Wait, what the fuck? Excuse me? To the last hole. Okay. Do you guys want to do another one? Or do you want to just call it quits?
30.
Don't like this. That's probably too hard. It's not, it's perfect.
Nice.
I'm the best.
30.
See, it's so unfortunate that I did not experience Final Fantasy VI until after I played Chrono Trigger, and it was just inferior. I don't know which one came out first, but, like, I kind of feel like Chrono Trigger is just objectively a better game. So, playing that one first just stained my experience of 6 by the time I got to it.
Nice.
You're done after this one? That sounds good to me. I'm kind of fine either way, although I probably would have taken a quick break if we were going to keep going. Blue actually won. Blue just won and dipped. She was like, GG no re. I'm out of here. Can you believe what you're seeing? I can't believe what I'm seeing. Wow. She knew she was winning, too. She's gonna be like, oh, I didn't know I was gonna win. Nah, she knew. She knew. I'm out of characters, too, so... I mean, the only characters I have left to play now are ones that I already have Superstar clubs for, and I don't particularly want to play them, so... Yeah, we'll call it quits early. We still made it to 5 hours. That's not bad. Yay. It's the first new Superstar club I've gotten in a while. Oh yeah, that last one was probably completely unnecessary. She rocketed up there. Oh well. And I think I'm gonna try to push myself to do that solo challenge off stream. I'm not gonna do it on stream just because I'm gonna take a bathroom break and I wanna get something to eat. I am fucking hungry. I don't know what we have. I might have to throw a pizza in the oven, which, I mean, that's never bad. But yeah, that still took us to 10 minutes. Or, 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes until 5 o'clock. Give or take. 5 o'clock. 5 hours. Holy shit, my brain is scattered. Ugh. Yeah, it was a comfortable stream. That's what I was getting at. I'm okay with calling it quits early, I think. So... I will be off tomorrow, but the first episode of the first 30 will be airing around the time of the normal time of stream, 9 o'clock Eastern. That's what, like 8 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Mountain, 6 o'clock Pacific, or something like that. I think that's... I might have Central and Mountain backwards. I don't think I do, though. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I hope people... I've been having a good time making the video content. I hope you guys check it out. I hope you enjoy it. The first 30 is based on the concept of getting through my astronomically large backlog. I just pick a random game that I should have tried a long time ago. I give it 30 minutes to make a first impression to see what I think of it. See if I'm like, nah, I don't really, this isn't for me, or if I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play this off stream, which has happened with one of the games, or hey, I'm gonna make a stream series out of this, which has also happened with one of the games. As I said earlier, I think I could easily make like 100 episodes of that series if people are into it. So like I said, I hope you guys check it out and enjoy it. If you missed it, there's already been 2 episodes of Nintagious EX that I've put up. One covers the boss rush in Metroid Dread that was added last week, and the other one covered the final moments of Kirby and the Forgotten Land, finally scoring 100% and moving on with that, so go check those out if you haven't. If you're interested, that is. Otherwise, we'll be back on Sunday. We're going to start Kirby's Return to Dreamland on Sunday. We have played that on stream before, but we're going to play it again because I fucking love it. And I still kind of just want to play some chill Kirby stuff, especially because Spirit Tracks was pretty fucking stressful. I want to play something, like, just chill. So that'll be our next game for the foreseeable future. And then next Friday will be our unless I miss a stream, which I hopefully I won't, because I enjoy the idea of having these on the same day. Friday will be our 1000th stream. We're going to be playing we're just going to take it easy with some Mario Kart 8. It'll be nice and simple. So there you go. Also a reminder that I started using the schedule channel on Discord again. So if you want to keep up with what's happening next, or what you've missed and you want to go back and watch, that is available for you now. All that aside, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Thank you to Theo for the super chat earlier. It might be a bit before we come back to Mario Golf, since Blue won't be available in 2 weeks. So we'll probably push it to 3 weeks. But I would like to come back. I really wish this game was still getting updates. Like, I'm still having fun with it, but there is that feeling of, like, I just want, like, a trickle of content. I just want just a little bit more, just to keep me going, you know what I mean? The ranked rewards aren't enough. Spirit Tracks was, like I said, stressful. I think if you took... Most of the really bad about Spirit Tracks was just in that tower. If you took the tower out, I think Spirit Tracks would be like a solid 4 out of 5 experience. Like, I'd say I had a good time. But the tower was so bad that it, like, 1 out of 5 experience, that it probably drops the whole game down to 3 out of 5, if not 2. Those few moments were so agonizing. Overall, I'm glad that I played it, but I'm also very glad it's over. I'm very glad to move on. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I think I'm gonna throw pizza in the oven. I think that's what I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna try and mix... I gotta get some thumbnails made for the video content, because I haven't done that yet. Oops. So, I might record some more content, too, because we talked about a couple of options tonight. That's probably what I'm going to do with a lot of my day off tomorrow, probably. I want to do some art stuff, too, though. There's not enough time. Alright, on that note, let me get out of here so I can start making the most of that time and get some of this stuff done. There's a hair... There we go. Got it. So thank you all again for hanging out tonight. I'll see you guys... hopefully tomorrow. I'll probably be there for part of the premiere myself. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on Sunday for Kirby. If I don't, then enjoy your weekends, and I will see you guys next time.